A good afternoon and welcome out to Cougar Field here on Cougar Sports TV. It's a Tuesday doubleheader here on the campus of Columbus State University as the Cougars are taking the field to take on the Falcons of Montevallo. We welcome all those who have joined us here on Cougar Sports TV. I'm Corey Aldis, excited to be here for this doubleheader and what should be a really good showdown here between former Peach Belt Conference member Montevallo as they've come to town to take on your Cougars. Hannah Rose Corbin inside the circle here for CSU, coming off one of the best performances of her career. And we'll see if she can keep things rolling here for CSU this afternoon. First pitch is in, and we're underway here. It's Military Appreciation Day. We want to give a special shout out to all of our veterans that are here in attendance, as well as those that are watching. We thank you for your service and all that you've done for our country. Well, 2-0 the count here with Hannah Rose Corbin inside the circle. We mentioned that she was coming off just a fantastic performance for CSU this past weekend. Gets a strike called on the outside there. That one lifted into left field. It's going to be a base knock to start things off here. So the Falcons already a runner over there on first base.
The left fielder, number 20, Alexis Cortez.
So it's Stella Cortez and Bertosi, the 1, 2, and 3 here for the Falcons. This is actually a really good hitting team here in Montevallo, hitting just under 300 for the season. They're a team that steals a whole bunch of bases. But out there at second base trying to slide in was Stella. A great job by Maddie Dodson to get the out. Cortez, the one at the plate, the left fielder now with the bases empty. One and one the count here is Cortez this season for Montevallo, hitting .265. She's played in every single game so far for Montevallo. Man, it's going to be a little bit difficult distinguishing the two teams here. They're both wearing gray tops. The Cougars rocking their Military Appreciation Day uniforms. Got the camo tops, the gray bottoms. Montevallo in their gray tops with the dark black bottoms. Purple trim on it. So we got some really similar looking teams out there on the field this afternoon. 2-2 the count to the left-handed hitter. Here comes the pitch. That one stayed high for Corbin. It's going to be ball 3. Here comes the payoff. A swing and a miss there. Hannah Rose Corbin picks up her first strikeout of the game as Marielle Bertosi comes to the plate.
Now batting the catcher, number 10, Marielle Bertosi.
Bertosi, one of the best hitters on this squad. Originally from Italy, the senior here from Montevallo looks at a ball on the outside to start this at bat. Very patient hitter at the plate. Already has drawn 13 walks this season. The off speed settles in there for a strike. 1-1 the count. Columbus State winners of 5 in a row as they swept their way through the Cougar Red, White, and Blue Classic this past weekend. That was a real fun weekend of ball here at Cougar Field for CSU. Corbin against Lynn in their final one pitched a 2-hit shutout while striking out 12. She was absolutely phenomenal inside the circle. She's got 1 strikeout already. Looking for number 2. 2-2 the count. 2 down. Here comes the pitch off speed. That's Corbin's specialty. Got her to swing right through that one. So a couple of Ks there for Corbin inside the circle. We'll head to the bottom of the first here on Cougar Sports TV.
There are over 480,000 college athletes. Only 2% would go pro.
That means over 470,000 will not get a shoe contract. No autographs. No private jets. No fan clubs. No Hall of Fame inductions. Instead, they will walk away with something much more valuable.
I knew that there was an opportunity to have my college paid for if I was good enough to play baseball at that level. That was going to make a big difference in my family. D2 baseball gave me an opportunity to play at a high level and to get an education that's going to be valuable for me throughout the rest of my life. I chose to take my experience of being a student athlete and pursue that within my career and to get a master's degree. If I wouldn't have had a baseball scholarship, there'd be no chance that I'm doing what I'm doing today.
Don't you worry, my child. Everything's gonna be just fine. Little darling, you keep on walking, 'cause I ain't never gonna leave your side.
As kids fall in love with sports, our universities are working every day to keep college sports safe, so you can watch them play with a little less worry and a little more joy.
As Division II student athletes, we are committed to being our best.
Division II National SAC is proud to partner with the Sports Science Institute to play.
Back on Cougar Sports TV, Hannah Rose Corbin, a couple of strikeouts inside the circle. After giving up that leadoff single, Maddie Dotson threw out Stella, trying to take second base, and then Cortez and Bertosi struck out. And here come the Cougar bats. Cooper back at the top of the lineup here for CSU. Missed her this past weekend. She's back out there for CSU. Inside the circle, Michael McMillan gets the start here. The junior from Bibb County, Alabama, and she is an absolutely fantastic pitcher inside the circle for the Falcons this season. Just a 2.68 ERA this year with a 5-4 record, but she's already racked up 74 strikeouts on the season. Here's the 2-0 and a great eye by Cooper to start. 3-0 the count. 74 strikeouts for McMillan compared to just 28 walks. Already earned Pitcher of the Week once in the Gulf South Conference back on February 18th, and here she is, sending 4 straight balls in to walk Cooper over to first. So just like Montevallo, the Cougars get a runner over on first to lead things off. Brings Morgan Elston to the plate. Elston has been on fire here for CSU as of late. Hitting .404 now on the season. Collected a hit in all 4 of the games this past weekend, part of that Red, White, and Blue Classic. Right now, McMillan's just looking to throw a strike. It's been all balls to start, 5 in a row. That pitch called strike. Finally gets one in there. Here comes the 1-1. Elston at the plate right now. Ambrose the one on deck. Two really great hitters for CSU. Off the end of the bat, it's into foul territory towards the Falcons dugout, and it's just going to drop out of play there, or out of the reach of the right fielder who came charging in. That was Ingram. Well, the wind's blowing just a tad bit from left to right. It's not really blowing out as much, although it's kind of been changing directions here. But maybe that will give it a little bit of carry for the few left-handed hitters that CSU has. Here comes the 1-2 outside, ball 2. Gonna be a lot harder to turn on one here for those right-handed hitters unless they can just drive it right through the wind, because the wind's got some good speed to it right now. 2-2 pitch, check swing, fouled back. McMillan making her 11th start inside the circle this season. Here comes the 2-2. Got underneath that one, and Cooper's going to have to go all the way back to first base, as that was just a pop-up there from Elston on the infield. Easterwood was there for the grab. One down.
That brings up the leftover number 39, Elise Ambrose.
Elise Ambrose will dig in at the plate here for CSU. Saw her and Elston just rip a whole bunch of hits this past weekend. As Ambrose looks at a ball inside to start. She was drawing the walks as well, has been real good at the plate lately for CSU. 3 walks in that win against Lynn this past weekend. Here's the sophomore, swings right through that one. A big swing, 1-1. McMillan looking over at Cooper at first. Cooper now taking off. She got a late jump. That's a great throw down. She's going to be gunned down, just like in the first inning when Stella was thrown out trying to take second base. The same thing happens here to Cooper. The catcher, Bartosi, did a great job there. And you could see McMillan just kind of staring at her the entire time, trying to hold her in there real tight. Swing and a miss there from Ambrose. 2-2 is the count. 2 down, bases empty. So the Falcons got a leadoff single. Nothing coming around. The Cougars a leadoff walk. Bases are now empty here with 2 down. Here comes the 2-2, high and inside there on Ambrose. Full count. Ambrose hitting .294 this season, getting closer and closer to 300, but she's going to strike out looking there. Caught the corner as McMillan gets the 3rd out recorded. Nothing happening in the first inning here on Cougar Sports TV.
As Division II student athletes, we are committed to being our best.
Division II National SAC is proud to partner with the Sports Science Institute to play a role in the cardiac safety and health of student athletes.
Although many student athletes with heart conditions live healthy, active lives, up to 10 NCAA student athletes die each year of sudden cardiac death during athletic activities.
The facts are that immediate delivery of CPR and AED saves lives, so everyone should be CPR and AED trained. Please join us in this important initiative. Make it yours.
It's not about where you were born. by your gender or the color of your skin, or whether you're rich, poor, or in the middle. No matter what you play, if you have the skill and drive to succeed in school and in sports, we'll provide the opportunity.
The American dream to me as an immigrant means having the opportunities that my parents.
Start of the second inning here on Cougar Sports TV. Columbus State 11-8 so far on the season, but they've been winners of 5 in a row. It all started with the second game against Wingate. And they picked up a win after falling in the opener, part of a doubleheader for the Cougars back on the final day of February. And then the month of March so far has been fantastic to them. 2 wins against Erskine, a win against West Alabama, and then a shutout victory over Lynn. That one ripped straight over to the shortstop. Parker didn't even have to move. 1 pitch, 1 out. Infield for the Cougars. Over at first, Paige Vincent. You know, Morgan Elson there at second base. Madeline Parker over at short, and then Emily Holmes, one of the other new faces over at third. So you have a couple of new faces there on the corners. First and third base for CSU this season. We've seen some rotation out there in the outfield, as Corbin will send the 0-1 pitch in for another strike. Ambrose has been the steady left field choice for Coach Huskisson. Cooper right now over there in center, and Kennedy in right. About the addition of Kennedy's bat to this lineup. Off-speed pitch, it's going to be a little flare into center field, and charging up on that one was Cooper for out number 2.
The second baseman, number 13, Holly LaForce.
Holly LaForce will step up to the plate. Just 3 pitches sent in by Hannah Rose Corbin this inning, and she's already got 2 outs. Comes the first pitch to LaForce inside. That one stayed low in the dirt for Corbin. You'll see her continue more often, especially this past weekend. Here's the 2-0 into right field. Charging into foul territory and making the grab out there is Caitlin Kennedy for out number 3. Just like that. It only took 5 pitches for Hannah Rose Corbin inside the circle. 3 outs recorded. Well, to the bottom of the second here on Cougar Sports TV.
The American dream to me as an immigrant means having the opportunities that my parents didn't have. Being the first one in my family to graduate, it meant everything my parents sacrificed for me to get to this point. It was paying off.
Estoy muy orgulloso de Michael por haberse graduado de colegio.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not had a scholarship. It would just relieved a lot of the financial burden.
These are your teams, your players, your community of fans. This is where they play, where they practice, where you cheer. At every meet, every event, every game. Your community is passionate, dedicated, supportive. You know the tension of a close game and the thrill of the win. So while you're cheering, keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
Being a champion takes more than skill.
Here's Madeline Parker for CSU to lead things off for the Cougars. Bottom of the second inning here on Cougar Sports TV. Got some of our baseball players in attendance here cheering on the softball squad out there in left field. Wouldn't mind seeing one of those balls being turned on, sent their way for the Cougars. Here's the pitch from McMillan. That ball is sent towards them. It's going to be a single into left field. Good piece of hitting there by Parker as she'll trot on over to first base. Well, for the second consecutive inning, the Cougars get a runner over on first to lead things off. See if they can take advantage of it this time around. Paige Vincent up at the plate. Vincent, one of the best hitters on this squad right now for CSU. She fouls that one back. Currently hitting .420 on the season. Playing in her 19th game this year. Freshman from Douglasville, Georgia. McMillan looks down, sends the 0-1 pitch in. It's fouled straight back again. Vincent's 4 for her last 7 at the plate. Couple of RBIs with the double. Had a real productive cap off of the Red, White, and Blue Classic. Runner on first, it's Parker. No stolen bases this season. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. That one ripped into right field, and backtracking there was Ingram. Wind was blowing a little bit out there, making things somewhat difficult there for Ingram to judge that ball. Almost went over her head.
The designated player, number 17, Paris Poston.
It doesn't get any easier here for McMillan inside the circle with Paris Poston coming to the plate. Right now, Poston riding a 9-game hitting streak for the Cougars. Hits in 9 straight games, going all the way back to their loss against Trevecca Nazarene. That was back on February 22nd. Want to know the count now? 1-1. Poston had a couple of multi-hit games in that tournament this past weekend. 6 total runs, 4 RBIs. Here's the 1-1, a big swing and a miss there. Helped bump her average all the way up to 340. She's just about 100 points improved from where she was her freshman campaign last year. And she hit just 241 at the plate. Here's the 1-2, got underneath it and popped it up. Third baseman Easterwood there for the out. It's a couple of batters now. We saw that happen to Elston, and now same thing here to Poston.
Correct fielder, number 1, Caitlin Kennedy.
2 down for Caitlin Kennedy, and she's the one that had one of the hottest bats this past weekend. Put together an extremely impressive performance at the Red, White, and Blue Classic for CSU. 3 hits against Erskine in the opener, 2 more against West Alabama, and then she went 3 for 3 against Erskine in the second game. 5 runs, 4 RBIs, and 8 total hits this weekend. Absolutely impressive at the plate for CSU. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Kennedy, one of the left-handed hitters here for CSU. A couple of doubles, no home runs on the year. McMillan getting set to put the 2-0 pitch in. That's fouled back, 2-1. Well, she's now making her 7th start offensively, that is, Caitlin Kennedy, this season. Wasn't really a regular inside the starting lineup. Spent a little bit of time out of commission with an injury, and now she's back here for CSU. A pitch high and inside, 3-1. ahead in the count here. We'll see what McMillan has for Kennedy. The 3-1's fouled back. CSU as a team, they've loved playing here at Cougar Field, and we're going to have a handful more games here this upcoming week. Just got done playing the 4 this past weekend, and we've got a doubleheader here today, a doubleheader against USC Aiken to open up conference play on Thursday, and then another doubleheader against Lander on Sunday. 6 games this week for CSU, and then they'll finally hit the road, and they're going to be hitting the road for what's going to seem like a really long time. 4 consecutive doubleheader bouts on the road after this week for CSU. That's going to be ball 4. It misses there and puts runners on first and second base here for CSU. Maddie Dotson will step up for the Cougars. Remember, she hit that home run, turned on one, just went over the left center field wall. It appeared as though the left fielder had maybe gotten a little bit of a glove on it, but it just went over. Good piece of hitting for Maddie Dotson, who's 3 for 4 in her last couple of games with 4 RBIs. Well, the catcher Bertosi goes on out to have a word with McMillan inside the circle. Montevallo this season, 13-8 overall. They've already played 12 conference games. Man, the GSC, they're getting their conference play in already. 12 conference games for Montevallo. They're coming off a 3-0 sweep over Union. Eight and 4 right now in the Gulf South Conference. They were actually picked to finish 10th in the conference. They had a good season last year. I know not one that they wanted to see, just barely missing out on the top 8 in the conference, going 12-18 in conference play, but there's a quality squad out there in Montevallo. That one hit well into right field, but the right fielder, Ingram, isn't even going to have to move for the third and final out. So 2 on the base paths. They aren't able to come around. It's 0-0 after 2 here on Cougar Sports TV.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
We can stop to make sure someone is okay. Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Codify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
Opportunity to me means doing the things that will make you a better future. I always dreamed of graduating from college. So being the first one in my family to graduate, it meant everything my parents sacrificed was paying off. Having an athletic scholarship for the University of Mount Olive was key for my success. I had the opportunity to not only get an education, but be able to develop as an individual.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass.
Top of the third inning here on Cougar Sports TV. Cougars and Falcons dueling here in a non-conference doubleheader. Former conference foes is Montevallo, a former member of the Peach Belt Conference. No longer there after they moved on over to the Gulf South Conference. But it's good to still see Montevallo every now and then. Most of our sports will still do battle and duel against Montevallo here and there. Hannah Rose Corbin starting her third inning of action for CSU.
Leading off the top of the third for the Falcons.
been cruising here in the first 2 innings, picked up a couple of Ks in the first inning, and then it took her just 6 pitches to get through inning number 2. She'll start things off with a strike, a swing and a miss there, as Ingram will lead things off. It'll be the 7, 8, and 9 hitters for the Falcons, so Ingram, Hughes, and Pope here in the top of the 3rd. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. It was outside. They're going to appeal down to first base. No go there. Well, probably a familiar sight for you Cougar fans. There were a lot of appeals down to first base this past weekend, none of which ended up going the Lady Cougars' way. As that one takes a wicked hop off the leg there. It looked like the shin of Hannah Rose Corbin, and because of that hop, it then skirted past Morgan Elston, who had stepped in. That's going to be a single for Montevallo, and it's going to have Coach Huskisson to come on out to the circle to make sure Corbin is all right. Corbin coming off of a brutal leg injury this offseason. As you know, not really having the opportunity to hit at the plate. Only has a couple of plate appearances as she points to her ankle. She's trying to walk it off right now. She looks like she's in a lot of pain for CSU. And it's not good news for the Cougars, as Danica Colvin will come on out here, athletic trainer for the Cougars. Rose quickly puts her mask back on. Obviously, she's going to want to stay out, but that's going to be a stinger right there for Corbin. And she's been slowly working her way back from that leg injury. Has only had a couple of plate appearances. She can pitch. She can throw just a couple of pitches as of right now, trying to add in her repertoire of pitches. And she hasn't really had much action at the plate, just 2 plate appearances, although one of them resulted in a bomb to left field this past weekend. But, man, the Cougars really miss her offensively in the lineup. And they've missed her inside the circle, and hopefully she can gut it out. We'll see as she's going to try to throw a couple of pitches here for CSU. It's a bat that's been desperately missed in the lineup. She was someone that was unbelievable last year for CSU. One of the best freshmen inside the entire Peach Belt Conference. And an off-the-charts OBP last year for the Cougars. All right, here we go. Handshakes and fist bumps all around from the infield. Hannah Rose Corbin is going to stick it out for the time being. We'll monitor that situation as the game progresses. Ingram over there on first base after all of that. She's got the leadoff single, Ingram that is, with Hughes now the one at the plate. Hughes hitting .375 this season. Has been fantastic, and Montevallo is going to take off for second base. This time they're going to pick up the stolen base. Tough play to make there for Maddie Dodson. Again, we mentioned this is a team that steals a whole ton of bases. That's how they're able to manufacture so many runs. They've already stolen 52 bases this season. How many is that? Well, when you compare it to CSU, who's only stolen 14, that is a massive chunk. And a big part of the Falcons' game that they can take full advantage of if they keep going after it. Three, the count. Way behind here is Corbin, and that's going to be ball 4. So after getting hit in the shin with a single up the middle. Hannah Rose Corbin throws 4 straight balls, and Coach Huskisson is coming out. Let's see if that's going to do it. Yeah, they're going to bring Paris Poston in, which probably means Kennedy is going to go inside the circle as she's exiting from right field right now. Kennedy making her way over towards the Cougar dugout. Grabs a ball, and she's going to go warm up for CSU. Back out there in left field. Going back towards the Lady Cougar bullpen. So clock might be ticking a little bit here on Hannah Rose Corbin. Well, not good news for the Cougars, but
The center fielder, number 22,
we'll see if Hannah Rose Corbin can try to gut things out here and pick up a couple of outs. Runners on first and second here for the Falcons. Cougars are ready for the double steal. You know Montevallo is going to be looking for it here. Here's the pitch. That one high there on Pope. 2-0. Now the count. Carolyn Pope, one of the JUCO transfers from Southern Union Community College a couple seasons ago. Was a JUCO All-Region player back in 2018. She's been struggling, though, at the plate here in her last few games. Just 2 for 15 in her last 7. Called strike. Oh, you'd like to see Corbin still be able to paint the outside there. After Pope, top of the lineup, coming back around with Stella on deck, who's already 1 for 1. Called strike again on the outside. Two and two the count. Runners on first and second base. That one high. Ball 3. Well, Corbin threw 4 balls to Walt Hughes over to first base after taking that ricochet off of her leg. Now she's in a full count. Pope at the plate. Runners on first and second. Here comes the pitch. A swing and just getting a piece of that one to foul it back. Almost got Pope to strike out there. Pope barely staying alive. Holmes and Elston giving Corbin some words of encouragement inside the circle. Here comes the payoff. Off the end of the bat, it's going to be sent over to third base. Holmes will make the play at first and moves the runners up to second and third. Cougars needing to play some situational awareness defensively here. That's something that Coach Huskisson talked about in the postgame this past weekend. The importance of making the right play on the infield, not trying to force something and not going the wrong way. Just being smart when the ball's rolled your way. Monet Milligan is going to come in as the pinch runner here over at second base. So the Falcons now going to make a change as she'll take the place of Georgia Hughes on second. So Milligan over on second base, Ingram on third, Stella up at the plate. Here's the lefty. Cougars need an out. We'll see how aggressive Montevallo is if they decide to send the runner on something on the infield here. Two and 0 the count. Here's the pitch from Corbin outside again, 3-0. Just hasn't quite been the same since taking that grounder off the leg. That 3-0 misses for ball 4, so that's 2 batters that she's walked on 4 pitches. And right now the Falcons all of a sudden have the bases loaded. Looks like Coach Lindsay Vandover is going to make herself another change for the Falcons. Vandover in her 6th season for Montevallo. And she mentioned that she feels as though this is one of the best squads that she has ever had in her 6 seasons here. They feel really excited about the talent on this roster and the chance to do a lot better than where they were selected preseason, all the way down in the 10th spot. Fallon Groves out there right now for Montevallo. She'll be the pinch hitter, and Coach Huskisson is going to walk out towards the circle, and maybe Kennedy is all warmed up here for CSU. Corbin keeps pointing down to her leg right now as Coach Huskisson has a word with her in the infield inside the circle. Still waiting to see if they're going to make a pitching change or not, or maybe Corbin can somehow talk her way into staying out there inside the circle for CSU. She's already walked 2 batters and gotten a ground out in the 3 batters since, taking a line drive off of her leg. Kennedy's come out of the bullpen, so if they decide to make the switch, she's ready. But right now, Corbin's putting her mask back on. How about that? I need to know what she said to Coach Huskisson. I need to talk my way into some things with Brad out there. Somehow, Hannah Rose Corbin is sticking it out here inside the circle. We've got the bases loaded and only 1 out for the Cougars. Pinch hitter at the plate, it's Fallon Groves. This is only her 14th at-bat, and she's just 2 for 14 at the plate this year. They might just feel that she can run into one or something. 2 for 14 with 2 singles on the entire season for Groves at the plate. 0-1 off speed, had her completely fooled on that one, not even close. That's that nasty pitch sent in, as you saw Morgan Elston just give a smirk on that one on the infield. Okay, infield's in. 0-2 the count, bases loaded, only 1 out. Got to get a play at the plate here for CSU. Let's see if they can get a force out or a strikeout. That one outside. She struck her out. What a pitch. Great job there by Corbin, and
The catcher, number 10.
the pinch hit scenario backfires there. I'm still a little bit perplexed at that one. Groves hitting just 2 for 14 at the plate, and she strikes out in 3 pitches. Can Corbin get out of this jam? She's 1 out away. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That one high, 1-1. Up there right now, it's Bertossi, the one behind the plate for the Falcons. She's already struck out once. 1-1 in the dirt. Hannah Rose Corbin's got 3 strikeouts, but she's given up a couple of hits, and really the detrimental part was the 2 walks that are out there on the base paths right now, both of them on just 4 pitches. Here's the 2-1. 2-2. Infield and the Cougars urging Corbin on here. She's 1 strike away from getting out of a massive jam. Here comes the 2-2 with 2 outs. Barely staying alive. She usually will go to that changeup to try to pick up the strikeout. It's going to be a changeup or a ball that's going to be tailing to the outside. See if she tries to go outside here for CSU on the right-handed hitter. 2-2 the count, 2 down, bases loaded. That one grounded right back to Corbin. It goes off her arm, and it's going to stay in play. She's already been hit on the leg, now on the arm, but they get an out over at third base. Some silly base running over there by Milligan, who got caught in between third and home plate and gets thrown out. 1 run does come across the score, though, for the Falcons, so they take the 1-0 lead, but great job by Corbin inside the circle to limit the damage. Got drilled on the leg, got drilled on the forearm, but she gets the third and final out. 1-0 Falcons on top.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
NCAA Teamworks is how the NCAA, member schools, student athletes, and corporate champions and partners actively engage in outreach efforts where national championships are played. Through initiatives such as NCAA Community 101 service learning projects, disaster relief efforts, youth clinics, backpack and school supply donations, and support of Special Olympics and the Make-A-Wish Foundation, the NCAA and its partners work together to leave a lasting legacy in the community. For more information on NCAA Teamworks, go to ncaa.com/teamworks.
So it's 1-0 Montevallo on top of CSU as we've entered the bottom of the third inning. Emily Holmes will lead things off here for CSU. It'll be Holmes, and then the top of the lineup coming back around for the Cougars as that one's sent out of play. Bertossi, by the way, is the one who picked up the RBI. Got that single that went off the forearm of Hannah Rose Corbin. My goodness, she was just drilled left and right. Gutsy performance inside the circle, though, sticking it out for Corbin as she finally got the third out. Luckily, the Lady Cougars were able to throw McMillan out there. Milligan, was the one out there for Montevallo. 2-2 the count. Here's McMillan inside the circle, and the 2-2 pitch. That's high, full count. So after all that, Montevallo only able to squeeze out 1 run there against the Cougars, which is great news if you're a CSU fan. Corbin limited the damage. We'll see if that's going to be it for her, and if it's Caitlin Kennedy coming inside the circle in the top of the 4th. Right now it's the 9-hole hitter in a battle here with McMillan. Full count. Lady Cougars have had the leadoff batter on the base paths for the first and second innings. Can they make it 3 in a row? Swing and a miss. It's only the second strikeout recorded by McMillan inside the circle.
That brings up the center fielder, number 16, Caitlin Cooper.
Brings Caitlin Cooper to the plate, so top of the lineup coming back around here for CSU. That pitch misses to start this at-bat. Caitlin Cooper hitting .275 this season. Only saw her in 1 game this past weekend. Missed her roaming out there in the outfield and patrolling the top spot in the lineup. Though the Lady Cougars filled in well this past weekend in place of Cooper, but she's back out there for CSU. One count here to the lefty. One down, no outs. McMillan's pitch just misses there. Ball 2. Cooper out of Cumming, Georgia, went to West Forsyth High School. Here's the 2-1. Misses again. McMillan's already walked 2 batters. Again, we had talked at the top of the broadcast about her phenomenal strikeout to walk ratio, above 3-1. Speaking of 3-1, there's a 3-1 pitch that misses for ball 4, and that's going to be her 3rd walk already. That's Cooper's 2nd walk drawn in both of her plate appearances. Eight walks drawn now this season for Cooper, and she's back over there at first base, just like where she was all the way back in the 1st inning.
The second baseman, number 10, Morgan Elston.
Baseball team out there in left field having some nice words of encouragement to the outfielders. Over there in left, Cortez, Pope over in center. They've done a really good job of attending the different athletic events across Columbus State throughout their seasons. They were big-time supporters of the basketball teams. Had a real fun time razzing the other team, and they do a really good job to make things a lot more exciting for the opponents that come here. They're getting after the outfield right now. It's always fun to have their support out there across campus. Baseball team is having a phenomenal start to their year, by the way. 1-1 the count. That one popped up. Cooper's going to have to go all the way back to first base again as the left fielder Cortez is there for out number 2. So the second time has been a hit and run with Elston, and Elston's popped up each time.
Now batting for the Cougars, the left fielder, number 39, Elise Ambrose.
Mentioned the baseball team off to a great start. They're winners of 10 in a row. 11-1 in conference play and 17-3 overall. How about this? There's one other team inside the Peach Belt Conference that has also won 10 in a row on the baseball side. UNC Pembroke. And the Cougars are the ones, if you recall, as Ambrose drills that one. Deadway center. See you later, ball. A 2-run jack for the sophomore. Well, how about that for driving it through the wind? No doubt about it, Elise Ambrose picks up her 3rd home run this season. Just what the Cougars needed to put them back in front, I should say in front for the first time this afternoon. Well, I was mentioning the great start for our baseball team. UNC Pembroke, another team that's won 10 in a row. By the way, the Cougars, they took that series against UNC Pembroke, almost swept them, but lost that Sunday finale. But they outscored them 19-7 in the first 2 games. So it's good to see those 2 teams atop, especially knowing that CSU took the series from the Braves earlier this season. Madeline Parker at the plate. 2-0 the count. So McMillan's got to bounce back after giving up that home run. It's only the 4th home run all season that McMillan's given up inside the circle. That 2-0 sent foul. Speaking of some of our Peach Belt Conference teams, this Montevallo team, they squared off against Young Harris earlier this season, and McMillan put together just an unbelievable performance inside the circle. She actually had a no-hitter against Young Harris, carried into the 6th inning. Had shut down one of the top teams in the entire nation in Young Harris before eventually falling victims there as the Falcons lost 2-1 late there in the 7th. Oh, speaking of a 2-1 scoreline, that's where we're at right now thanks to the Elise Ambrose 2-run bomb. Cougs on top.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
On and off the court, we're focused on creating lifelong opportunity, and that starts with education. More college athletes are earning degrees than ever before, but we've still got work to do. That's why we're raising the bar for incoming freshmen, so they're prepared when they get to campus, and why teams can't play in championships unless they make the grade. Education matters, and putting academics first creates a pathway to a lifetime of opportunity.
2-1 the score here as CSU has jumped back out in front thanks to a 2-run home run from Elise Ambrose. We'll start the 4th inning of play. Take a look who's inside the circle for CSU. Hannah Rose Corbin back out there for the Cougars. Gutting things out here for CSU. Took a line drive to the leg and a line drive to the arm in the top of the 3rd inning. Got a few minutes of rest there inside the dugout, and here she is for the Cougars. Elise Ambrose, it was her 3rd home run this season, picking up RBIs number 8 and 9. She had 7 bombs last year for the Cougars as a freshman. She's been one of those players that CSU needs to replace a lot of the power that they've lost over the past few seasons. So you can still see some of that power down there inside the dugout with graduate assistants Elizabeth Purdue and Callie Starr. A couple of 2 great former Cougars that recently graduated. No longer out there hitting bombs for CSU. That one off the end of the bat. On a 2-2 pitch, Montevallo picks up a leadoff single. Easterwood, her first hit of the day, and it brings Barnett to the plate. Again, we'll kind of monitor and see how long the leash is here with Hannah Rose Corbin inside the circle. She's got 3 strikeouts so far on the afternoon. Well, we were talking about our baseball team just a minute ago before Ambrose decided to go yard. They've moved up the baseball rankings. They're now ranked 11th in the entire nation and 2nd inside the regional rankings. So big time things happening over on the baseball diamond for CSU. And we'll be over there tomorrow night, midweek action, broadcasting a game against West Georgia. I believe they're ranked 23rd in the nation now. So a top 25 showdown, midweek showdown that is, over there at Ragsdale Field. So if you're in town, make your way on over. We'll have that one on Cougar Sports TV as well. 1-2 the count. Runner on first base. Here's the pitch, just staying alive there. Barnett 0 for 1 with the flyout. LaForce, the one on deck. 4 hits now in total for the Falcons. They have just that one run to show on the grounder that went off the forearm of Corbin. Easterwood on first. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Great job here by Barnett to stay alive. We saw Easterwood hit one just like that off the end of the bat that went into center for a single. Maybe Corbin decides to go off speed and back to the changeup here to try to get a strikeout. Here's the 2-2, and just hitting that one. Barely getting a piece of it, and back-to-back at-bats are the Falcons, but each time has resulted in a single. So runners now on first and second for the Falcons. Again, second inning in a row that they've got runners out there. Putting a lot of pressure here on Corbin and the Cougar defense. Oh, and 1 the count. Here comes the pitch. That one high. 1-1. Corbin goes off speed there, and it drops in for a strike. LaForce 0 for 1, but a back-to-back singles here by Easterwood and Barnett have them on first and second. Here comes the 1-2 pitch inside on their hands. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Again, barely hit on the infield. Holmes will make the throw over to first base, but it's going to move the runners up to second and third base here. So once again, Montevallo, couple on in scoring position. Chance to do some damage here in the top of the fourth. Ingram already 1 for 1 on the afternoon. And the infield creeping in here for CSU. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. That one misses high, ball 2. Corbin goes off speed and gets the strike there. Each time she's falling behind, she's trying to go back to that changeup to throw the hitter off and get a strike called there. And each time, Montevallo's just been looking at it. Just misses the outside corner there. 3-1. Well, bases were loaded in the previous inning. Only 1 run came around to score for Montevallo. They've got runners on second and third here, but Corbin behind 3-1. Here comes the pitch. Off the end of the bat into left field. Ambrose scoops it up. A little basket catch there out in left field. Just before it hit the grass out there and left, a fantastic jump by Ambrose. Showing the defense after she hit that 2-run home run. That's a huge out for CSU, and now they just need one more to strain those runners over on second and third.
Re-entering the game, Montevallo, the designated player number 4, Georgia Hughes.
Georgia Hughes up at the plate here for Montevallo. Drew a walk her first time up. She eventually was replaced pinch running scenario over on second base when Milligan came in, and if you recall, Milligan was that big out. Caught him between third and home plate as she rounded third and eventually was tagged out over there at third. That's what ended the top of the third and prevented Montevallo from scoring any more than the 1 run that they did. The 0-1. A lot of lefties in this lineup here for the Falcons as Hughes fouls that one back. Runners on second and third. It's Barnett and Easterwood. That one fouled away again. Cougars just 2 hits, but one of them proving costly for the Falcons. A 2-run home run as that one's fouled out of play again. 5 total hits now for the Falcons. All 5 of them singles. Just been hitting those singles and trying to work their way around the base paths. Here comes the 1-2. We're looking for a strikeout. It's sent right back to Corbin. This is going to be a tough play for Elston to first base. And dropping that ball over there at first was Vincent, and now 2 runs are going to come across and score. It's going to be a real hard play to make by Elston as that little dribbler got past Corbin. Man, the singles that we've seen hit here in this inning. Off the bat, and now one that just barely makes it past the circle. And the ball that was dropped there by Vincent allowed another run to come across. Heads up base running there by the Falcons and Barnett, who was over at second base. So both her and Easterwood score, makes it a 3-2 lead for the Falcons. They jump back into the lead. Carly Molinax will be the pinch hitter here for Montevallo, and that wild pitch is going to move the runner up to second base. We're in the top of the 4th. 2 outs, and it's a 1-run Montevallo lead. Here's the pitch. That one misses there, makes it a 2-1 count. Back-to-back innings now that Corbin has run into some trouble inside the circle for CSU after things had cruised through the first 2 innings. Went just a little bit awry after she took that line drive in her leg. Now 3-1 the count. Cougars need just 1 out. Here comes the 3-1 pitch off speed. Got her to swing right through that one. Molinax hitting just 186 on the season. though she's appeared in all 21 games this year. Here comes the 3-2 off the end of the bat. It's hit well out in the right field. Poston going back to the wall. Can't make the grab. Bounced off her glove out there and right as she kept backtracking. One that the Cougars should have had out there in right field. Maybe the wind was making things a little bit difficult as it's been swirling out there left to right. Now that could be costly here for CSU because another run comes around to score, makes it a 4-2 game.
Re-entering the game as pinch runner for Montevallo, number 22, Caroline Pope.
So Pope will re-enter and head on over to second base for the Falcons. She'll be in scoring position. We're still stuck at 2 outs. We've had a single error in the last 2 batters. And it's allowed 3 total runs to score here for the Falcons in the top of the top of the 4th. Coach Huskisson heading on over to the home plate umpire.
Now batting for Montevallo, 0-0, Brianna Stella.
Top of the lineup has come back around here for the Falcons, so Stella back up there. 1 for 1 with a walk. Falcons immediately snatching the momentum right back. They were going to have a chance to get the runner stealing third. Instead, it went off the tip of the glove of Emily Holmes over there at third. So they had another chance to get out of the inning, and they cannot buy this third and final out. It was a great throw by Dotson. It was going to get the runner out. Maybe a little bit outside there, but led the runner straight into Holmes. Pope now 60 feet away. She's over at third base, 1-0 the count. Cougars have been taking some nicks here. Maddie Dotson, the latest one after getting hit on that foul tip. She says she's all right. Okay, so Stella steps back into the plate. 1-1 the count. Runner Pope over on third base. That's going to go off the glove there, and it's going to be a fair ball because it tipped off of Holmes' glove. So it landed in foul territory, but Holmes nicked it. And that's going to put another runner on second base and another run on the board. Ball that goes off the glove of Holmes. The ball from Dodson went off the glove of Holmes. Cougars going to get the out at first. The batter before that with Vincent. And the ball that went off the glove of Poston out there in right field. That's 4 missed chances in a row here for CSU. And it all started with just some of those real slow rolling singles by Montevallo. This is their style. Montevallo, they do a great job at manufacturing these runs, averaging over 5 runs a game. One on the count, runner on second base. So Stella already 2 for 2 on the afternoon with an RBI. Bertosi's got an RBI. Hughes has the other RBI. 5 total runs now for Montevallo. Here comes the 2-1 off the end of the bat. Can we get the third out? There it is. Finally, the Cougars get out of the top of the 4th. That's a frame they're going to want to forget the Falcons jump back in front. It's 5-2 here on Cougar Sports TV.
While they're focused on success, we're focused on them. Because protecting college athletes doesn't only happen on the field. After the buzzer, it's about healthier student athletes. So we're reforming to meet their needs, investing in groundbreaking research, and changing the conversation around mental health. We're working hard to protect college athletes because prioritizing their well-being creates a pathway to a lifetime of opportunity. Across divisions, sports, championships, and schools for nearly 500,000 student athletes, college sports create lifelong opportunity, and that starts with education. We've raised the academic bar, so more are earning degrees, creating healthier campuses by working with the nation's brightest minds, and making sure more have the chance to succeed and are supported on their journey. But beyond the numbers, it's about opportunity, and we're working to provide it for every student athlete.
The American dream to me as an immigrant means having the opportunities that my parents didn't have. Being the first one in my family to graduate, it meant everything my parents sacrificed for me to get to this point. It was paying off.
Estoy muy orgulloso de Michael por haberse graduado de colegio.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not had a scholarship. It would just relieved a lot of the financial burden.
All right, Cougars got to go to work here. It's the bottom of the fourth. They trail 5-2 here on Cougar Sports TV. Paige Vincent, she'll lead things off here for the Cougars. Vincent, Poston, and Kennedy. The 5, 6, and 7 hitters for the Cougars in the bottom of the fourth. McMillan back out there inside the circle, starting her fourth inning of work. She's gone 3 innings, 2 hits, 2 earned, 3 walks, and a couple of Ks. Corbin, meanwhile, 4 innings, 7 hits. Only 2 of the 5 runs have been earned, with a couple walks and 3 strikeouts. See if Vincent can get the Cougars started off on the right foot here in the bottom of the fourth inning. There's not many other players you'd rather have here to lead things off, hitting over 400 this season. Looks at a strike there, makes it a 2-1 count. She's 0 for 1 though on the afternoon with a fly out. Cougars donning their camo uniforms out there. It's a special occasion here at Cougar Field, Military Appreciation Day. Got a lot of veterans here in attendance. It's always a fun doubleheader when they do the Military Appreciation Day here at Cougar Field. And they do such a great job at helping to support our veterans in the area. And we want to thank all of our veterans, those that are watching and serving our country right now. We thank you for your service. 2-2 is the count. Vincent, the leadoff hitter here, makes it 3-2. Full count here for McMillan. Gets the call over from the dugout. Looks down at her wristband. Vincent inside the batter's box. Here comes the payoff. It's going to miss. Ball 4. Already the 4th walk issued by McMillan in this opening game of the doubleheader.
That brings up number 17, Paris Poston.
So once again, the Cougars get a runner on the base pass to lead things off here. Going to need them to take advantage of it with Poston at the plate. Infield, especially third baseman Easterwood, has crept all the way in. Poston, not really one that's going to lay one down. She can rip them. Poston 0 for 1 with the fly out. That's a high strike called there. That might have been at her chin. Crowd isn't happy with that one. Poston just laughs. Not much you can do about that. I mean, that wasn't only high, that was inside as well. Oh, it puts her behind the count, 0-2. Just going to foul tip that one back. Vincent drew the leadoff walk, post and behind here, 0-2. Here's the pitch from McMillan. Called on the outside. Well, if you're going to call her way on the inside and up, kind of hard pressed to call that way outside as well. Got an expanding strike zone here at Cougar Field. Tough at bat from Poston. Here's Caitlin Kennedy. Back-to-back lefties here for CSU. Kennedy, though, 0 for 0. She drew a walk in her first plate appearance for CSU. That freshman from Loganville, Georgia. Here's the pitch that's fouled out of play. Bangs off the fence here at Cougar Field. Oh, 2, just staying alive. So Kennedy and the Cougars right now, they've got a 5-game winning streak on the line. 11-8 overall record. They haven't played any conference games, although finally this week we'll get some conference action for the Cougars. They've got this doubleheader against Montevallo. That one's hit into left field, and it's going to get down for a base hit. They're going to get the runner out, though, at second base. As just kind of stuck in between first and second there was Vincent, waiting to see if that ball was going to be caught or not. And once it popped out of the glove, they were able to make the throw over to second base for the out.
Now batting the catcher.
Well, an unfortunate turn there for CSU. Brings Maddie Dodson to the plate. But I was mentioning the conference play finally gets started this week with a Thursday doubleheader against USC Aiken, and then Lander comes to town on Sunday. Back-to-back doubleheaders here at home. Then they're going to go back out of conference. Doubleheader against Berry and Nova Southeastern on the 17th and 18th. Want to know the count here to Dodson. Runner over on first base. A swing and a miss there from the catcher. It's Kennedy over there on first after the fielder's choice. One right down the middle. Ian McMillan has been fantastic inside the circle all year long here for the Falcons. Dodson got underneath it. First baseman there for the third and final out. So the Falcons record 4 runs in the top of the 4th inning. Nothing doing for the Cougars. It's 5-2, Montevallo on top.
We can stop to make sure someone is okay. Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Codify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
From court to court and lane to lane under the lights or under the sun, no one delivers Division II sports like NCAA.com. The center of D2 is inside the NCAA.com hub with exclusive highlights of every sport and live broadcasts of every Division II championship found nowhere else. Make NCAA.com yours. the home of Division II college sports.
It's more than a whistle or a call. We're committed to giving college athletes a fair shot, on and off the field. Covering the full cost of attendance, because college costs go beyond tuition. Keeping dreams on track, regardless of performance or injury. And creating equal opportunities and inclusive environments. It's about respecting college athletes and prioritizing fairness to build a pathway to lifelong opportunity.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experience as possible.
Top of the 5th inning here on Cougar Sports TV. 5-2 is the score. Montevallo finds themselves on top. Falcons scored 4 there in the top of the 4th to jump back out in front. Hannah Rose Corbin back out there inside the circle for CSU. One and two the count here. Well, Montevallo 13-8 on the season. Winners of 3 in a row thanks to their sweep over Union. And a good job there by Corbin to start the inning off right. Down goes Bertossi. Easterwood at the plate. Barnett on deck. Well, these are the 3 that have hits here for Montevallo. Bertossi, Easterwood, and Barnett, all 3 collected a single in this one. Stella has a couple of hits, a single and a double. Top part of the lineup has been really getting after Hannah Rose Corbin inside the circle. Oh, and 1 the count. So Corbin approaching 100 pitches here this afternoon, 4 1/3 so far. Scattered those 7 hits. I know 5 runs have come across, but only 2 have been earned for Corbin with 4 strikeouts. Two and 1 the count to Easterwood. 1 down, bases empty. She sends it over to third. Holmes, great snag, 2 down. Good job by the infield defensively there as Holmes helps record out number 2. Much better start here to the inning for Hannah Rose Corbin and the Cougars. First pitch swinging, that one's fouled away. Could be a big boost here for CSU if they can just quickly go 1, 2, 3 here in the top of the 5th. Try to give a little bit of momentum to their bats coming up. By the way, it'll be Holmes and then the top of the lineup coming back around for CSU in the bottom frame. 1-1 off speed, pop fly towards center field. Elston tracks all the way back and makes the grab in shallow center field herself. Second baseman showing some range. 1, 2, 3. Great job inside the circle. We'll see the bats after this.
Label me.
You know you want to.
Don't be shy.
You do it behind my back.
Say it to my face.
You don't know me. You know what I am?
I'm a pitcher.
I'm a striker.
I'm a point guard.
I'm a linebacker.
I'm a setter.
Shortstop.
High jumper.
Wrestler.
Defender.
Goalie.
Student.
Student athletes.
That's who we are.
As Division II student athletes, we are committed to being our best.
Division II National SAC is proud to partner with the Sports Science Institute to play a role in the cardiac safety and health of student athletes.
Although many student athletes with heart conditions live healthy, active lives, up to 10 NCAA student athletes die each year of sudden cardiac death during athletic activities.
The facts are that immediate delivery of CPR and AED saves lives, so everyone should be CPR and AED trained. Please join us in this important initiative. Make it yours.
Back here on Cougar Sports TV, Emily Holmes to lead things off here for CSU in the bottom of the 5th inning. Cougars still stuck at 2 hits here offensively as McMillan begins her 5th inning of work. She's only thrown 78 pitches coming into this inning. She's done a good job so far of mitigating and limiting this Cougar offense from getting anything going as Holmes gets underneath that one. CSU, a team that averages 6 runs off of 8 hits a game. Right now, 2-2 up there. 2 runs, 2 hits, 2 errors, too, by the Cougar defense. Certainly hasn't helped put them in this 3-run hole. So it's Emily Holmes, and then the top of the lineup, Cooper and Elston. 2-1 the count. The local product here at the plate. Holmes, the freshman from right up the road over at Northside High. Here comes the 2-2. That goes right back to McMillan, who catches it in her glove for out number 1. Cougars have just been getting underneath some of these pitches here from McMillan.
That brings up the top of the order. And number 16, the center fielder, Caitlin Cooper.
Caitlin Cooper coming back up here. Drawing herself 2 walks, come around to score 1 of the 2 runs. It's a 5-2 score line as Cooper showed bunt there and fouls that one back. McMillan, want to know the count. Puts that one in high, 2-0. Elston on deck. She's 0 for 2. She's gotten underneath a couple of balls as well. The 1-1 fouled out of play. McMillan looks down, gets the call. 1-2 the count, 1 down, base is empty, and that's going to be strike 3. McMillan really starting to get in the groove now. Well, you mentioned her performance against another Peach Belt Conference foe in Young Harris.
Now batting for the Cougars. The second baseman,
Not only did she have that
Morgan
no-hitter, not only did she carry that no-hitter into the 6th inning, she also picked up 11 strikeouts against the Mountain Lions. She was mowing down one of the best teams in the entire nation. Two quick outs here with Morgan Elston at the plate. Really, there's just been one good, strong hit for CSU, and that's from the one on deck. The 2-run home run by Ambrose. Other than that, McMillan has done a great job inside the circle for the Falcons. Here's the pitch, and getting on top of that one was Morgan Elson. It's just going to be popped up to the catcher, Bertosi, for the third and final out. Cougar bats can't get anything again. We'll head to the sixth inning here on Cougar Sports TV.
There are over 480,000 college athletes. Only 2% would go pro.
That means over 470,000 will not get a shoe contract. No autographs. No private jets. No fan clubs. No Hall of Fame inductions. Instead, they will walk away with something much more valuable.
I knew that there was an opportunity to have my college paid for if I was good enough to play baseball at that level. That was going to make a big difference in my family. D2 baseball gave me an opportunity to play at a high level and to get an education that's going to be valuable for me throughout the rest of my life. I chose to take my experience of being a student athlete and pursue that within my career and to get a master's degree. If I wouldn't have had a baseball scholarship, there'd be no chance that I'm doing what I'm doing today.
Don't you worry, my child. Everything's gonna be just fine. Little darling, you keep on walking, 'cause I ain't never gonna leave your side.
As kids fall in love with sports, our universities are working every day to keep college sports safe, so you can watch them play with a little less worry and a little more joy.
Top of the sixth inning here at Cougar Field as CSU trying to get back into this game. Trailing 5-2. 7 total hits here for the Falcons. 5 runs have come across. Just 2 hits and 2 runs for CSU. This is the opening game of the doubleheader, so make sure you stick around. We'll be right back here at Cougar Field to bring you game number 2. We'll take a little bit of a break in between and get game number 2 underway at the conclusion of this one. Hannah Rose Corbin back out inside the circle here for CSU. That pitch is sent outside. Holly LaForce will lead things off here. It'll be LaForce, Ingram, and then Hughes. 6, 7, and 8 hitters here for the Falcons. LaForce 0 for 2 on the afternoon. 1-1 pitch is inside, ball 2. I guess I should say evening now. It's 5:40 local time, so we're creeping into the evening time here at Cougar Field. Sun has been pretty much blocked the entire game. We got some cloud coverage out in the skies this afternoon, and the wind's still blowing left to right. Still kind of swirling out there. We've seen it cause some trouble in the outfield already. But temperatures have started to warm up this week here in Columbus, Georgia, which has been a welcome sight from what we've seen the past couple weekends. It's been cloudy, rainy, and cold for a couple of weeks here. Now it's just cloudy, rainy, and warmer. 70 degrees down on the field right now as that one sent over the first base. They're not even going to tag her. That's a tough play to make for CSU as, again, another dribbler. This one goes down the first base line as Vincent picked it up, but unable to apply the tag. By the way, it's going to be in the mid-70s this entire week, so great news for our doubleheaders here at Cougar Field. Thursday is supposed to reach 78 degrees. With our Sunday doubleheader also 78 degrees. How about that? It's springtime here in Columbus. Now we just need the rain to go away. Both those days supposed to be cloudy, but who knows with the weather. You know, it changes every minute. Some rain clouds have appeared on top of us right now. So it's pushing our way, going left to right. Here's the 1-0-1 count. Foul tip. It's LaForce over on first base with Ingram at the plate. She's 1 for 2. Has come around to score one of the 5 runs for Montevallo, and that one hit a little bloop into left center field. A little bobble out there. They're going to send the ball into third, and Montevallo, and they've done such a great job on the base paths, just taking advantage of any little slip up out there. Heads up base running. Ingram worked her way all the way over to second base, and LaForce over to third. Two runners in scoring position, no outs here in the top of the 6th. Cougars in some trouble. Well, Cougars have some work to do to try to get themselves out of this jam. Here's the pitch, a little bloop into center field. Once again, Montevallo comes up with another single. Barely reaches the grass out there in center. There really has not been a hard hit ball whatsoever by the Falcons, but they're just picking up single after single after single. Tack another run on the board, and it puts runners on the corners here for the Falcons. Still looking for the first out of the inning. Cougars came into this game with just a 3.75 ERA as a team. And now that we had seen Corbin start to find her groove inside the circle, it was unfortunate that once she took that line drive off her leg, things just haven't quite been the same out there.
Now batting number 0, Brianna Stella.
Stella, the one at the plate. She's a perfect 2 for 2 with a walk and an RBI. Runners on the corners here, 1 down. Already 1 run across here for Montevallo in this inning. Here's the 1-1 over to third. Caught in between third and home plate is Ingram as they go back and forth. Now over to third, and they got her. So 2 outs now after the Cougars got the rundown over there at third base. Ingram started a run on contact and then went straight over to Holmes at third base. A great job there defensively by CSU to get that second out. So now they've got a chance to get out of the inning, only giving up 1 run. It's a big opportunity here for CSU. They try to limit the damage, kind of like what they did back in the 3rd inning, after the bases were loaded and only giving up 1 run. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, a swing and a miss. It's Cortez at the plate, 0 for 2 with a strikeout. That one goes foul. Strikeout and a ground out for Cortez this afternoon. Ten total hits now for Montevallo. Just 1 double, so only 1 extra base knock, 9 singles and a double. Two and 2 the count. Rolled foul. Looking for the final out here in the top of the 6th inning as Corbin is trying to get out of a jam. Here comes the 2-2. She went to her off-speed pitch. Thought it might have caught the outside there. Dotson was trying to sell it. So we've got ourselves a full count. 2 walks, 4 strikeouts for Corbin inside the circle. Here comes the payoff pitch. She went back to that changeup. It was going to drop in, and a good job there by Cortez to fight it off. We'll do the 3-2 pitch again. Oh, that one inside all the way. It tailed way inside on Cortez there, and it'll be a walk. Load the bases once again here for Montevallo. Second time this game that they've been loaded.
Now batting number 10, the catcher, Morel Bertosi.
Bertosi, the one at the plate. Mario Bertosi has the bases loaded here for Montevallo. Boy, the Cougars really need an out right now. Can't allow this game to get busted open. Change up for a strike. Bertosi, 1 for 3 with an RBI, but she's also struck out a couple times. One and one the count. 14 RBIs this season for Bertosi coming into this game, so make it 15. As she hits that one high into left field. Oh, no man's land again. You can't place these hits any better. And right now, some miscue on the base path says Montevallo is going to get back in safely as Bertosi just ran to second base, not knowing that the runner was over there at second, just standing there. So Cortez is just standing at second base. Bertosi goes right over there, and instead, everyone gets back safely, and they score 2 runs. It's now 8-2. Falcons on top. Every single one of these balls is just dropping in the most perfect place for the Falcons. They've been putting on a clinic here at the plate. It's been impressive to watch. 8 runs, 11 hits. Good pitch there from Corbin, 0-2. They've got hits up and down their lineup. 2 hits apiece for Stella, Bertosi, Ingram, and Hughes. 0-2, foul back. Runners on first and second base. It's Bertosi and Cortez. Here comes the 0-2 outside, ball 1. So 2 hits and 3 RBIs for Bertosi this afternoon. Just keeps her hot streak going. She's been on fire as of late for the Falcons. 1-2. Dotson tried to sell it. 2-2. There's one lifted into right center field. It's going to drop all the way back into the gap. That's going to score 1 run. They're going to hold the runner over at third base. A stand-up double. Tacks on another run for the Falcons. Makes it a 9-2 game. Easterwood doing the damage that time around. Easterwood, the leader on the team in RBIs. One of the big power hitters on this Falcons squad. She showed it there. It's now a 9-2 score line with the Falcons in front. 4 spots in the 4th and now 6th innings here at Cougar Field. They're trying to end the 5-game winning streak that CSU is currently on. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Low misses there. Ball 2. Just 2 hits for the Cougars, Ambrose and Parker. Ambrose had the big home run that put CSU in front, 2-1 back in the 3rd. Man, that seems like a long time ago when the Cougars were enjoying a 2-1 lead. Since then, it's been 8 unanswered from the Falcons. Full count. Here's the pitch, and just getting a piece of that one was Barnett. Payoff is high. Corbin misses there. It's ball 4.
Now batting number 13, Holly LaForce.
So it's LaForce now at the plate here for Montevallo. Right now, trouble all across the base paths. Barnett at first, Easterwood at second, Bertossi over at third. And on top of it, Montevallo already up 7. They're creeping their way towards a potential run rule here as they score another one, make it 2 more runs coming across for the Falcons on that single into left. (11-2) score line here. Puts them in front by 9 and actually now gives them an opportunity to end this first game inning early once the Cougar bats come up to the plate, since they're trailing by more than 8. That one off the end of the bat towards the Cougar dugout and just out of the reach of Emily Holmes. Single by LaForce, a double by Easterwood, a single by Bertossi. It's been the damage done here in the top of the 6th. 6 runs have now scored by the Falcons here this inning. Still looking for that final out. Certainly not helping the ERA that Corbin's put up so far this season. There's a strike called there. One and 2 the count, 2 down. Bases, runners on first and second. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. That hit well, driven into center field. Cooper going back. She's just going to look at it. A 3-run bomb off the bat of Brooke Ingram. That's her first home run this season. All of this damage being done with 2 outs as Montevallo has just busted this game open.
That brings up the designated player number 4, Georgia Hughes.
Hughes will be the one at the plate here. Oh, the Cougars got the second out back when Stella was at the plate. Since then, a walk to Cortez, a single RBI single, 2 RBI single by Bertossi, an RBI double from Easterwood. Barnett walked, LaForce a 2 RBI single, and then Ingram caps it off with a 3-run home run. 4 hits and 2 walks since the Cougars picked up out number 2. Here's the 2-1 pitch, a swing and a miss there, 2-2. Well, unless the Cougars can pull off a miracle here, their 5-game winning streak in jeopardy of being broken by the Falcons here in this opening game of the doubleheader. Swept their way through the Red, White, and Blue Classic, won their last game in the Wingate doubleheader. They've been on a roll as of late. That one sent up the middle to Parker for the 3rd and final out. So there's the out the Cougars were looking for. 9 total runs that inning, though, for Montevallo. They're on top 14-2.
As Division II student athletes, we are committed to being our best.
Division II National SAC is proud to partner with the Sports Science Institute to play a role in the cardiac safety and health of student athletes.
Although many student athletes with heart conditions live healthy, active lives, up to 10 NCAA student athletes die each year of sudden cardiac death during athletic activities.
The facts are that immediate delivery of CPR and AED saves lives, so everyone should be CPR and AED trained. Please join us in this important initiative. Make it yours.
It's not about where you were born. It's not about your gender or the color of your skin, or whether you're rich, poor, or in the middle. No matter what you play, if you have the skill and drive to succeed in school and in sports.
The one who's had a good day at the plate up there right now for CSU, Elise Ambrose, had that 2-run home run, which seems like forever ago, back in the bottom of the 3rd inning. The only 2 runs of the game so far for the Cougars. They trail 14-2 here in the bottom of the 6th. Chance for Montevallo to shut the door on this one. That one goes straight over to the 3rd baseman, Easterwood, for out number 1. Well, the Cougars will just have to kind of reset here on the 30-minute break in between. Get a little hard reset and come back out for game number 2. Get back in business. High pop-up there into shallow left center field. 3 Falcons colliding. They hang on to it. It's the shortstop, Barnett, with the center fielder Pope and Cortez converging.
That brings up the 3rd baseman, number 2, Paige Vincent.
Paige Vincent represents what could be the final out here for CSU in this opening game of the doubleheader. Montevallo looking to pick up their 14th win of the season. It would drop the Cougars to an 11-9 record. Hopefully everything okay with Hannah Rose Corbin. Just wasn't ever the same inside the circle after taking that line drive off her leg. Falcons have this doubleheader here on the road. They're going to be on the road for a long time. Got 3 games against Alabama, Huntsville. After a few days off here, they'll have a little break for the upcoming week. 2-1 the count. McMillan looking to pitch a complete game, and that's going to be the 3rd hit of the day, though, for CSU. They get a late 2-out single here. So McMillan came into this game with a 195 batting average that she had given up. Only the 3rd hit of the day that she surrendered here inside the circle. Cougars keeping this game alive. Vincent over there on first, posting the one at the plate. That one fouled out of play. Well hit ball by Poston, but tracking it down out there in center is Pope as she'll record the 3rd and a final out. 14-2, it was all Montevallo here in the opener at Cougar Field. 3 hits for Ingram, 3 RBIs for her, as well as Bertossi. A couple of RBIs for LaForce and Hughes as they racked up 14 hits to go along with their 14 runs. The Cougars, their lone big hit of the day came off the bat of Elise Ambrose, hit that 2-run home run to put CSU in front before Montevallo came storming back. Well, that's going to wrap things up for us here at Cougar Field in the opener of this doubleheader. Make sure you stick around. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the 2nd game of the doubleheader between the Falcons and the Cougars. We'll keep it live here on Cougar Sports TV. We'll see y'all in a few minutes. Welcome back here on Cougar Sports TV. It's game number 2 of the doubleheader as we are getting set to get back into action here at Cougar Field. We welcome those who have joined us here on Cougar Sports TV. I'm Corey Aldis. All right, let's get a bounce back, Cougars. The Falcons dominated the opening game here at Cougar Field 14-2. Just hit a wave against CSU, a whole slew of singles, and then things exploded there late in the 6th inning as the Falcons take the opening game. But a chance to bounce back here for CSU. Harley Dawson gets the start here in game number 2 for the Cougars. She's inside the circle, all warmed up and ready to rock and roll here for CSU. Clouds still out there here in Columbus, Georgia, but the lights are on and we are underway. Game number 2 as Dawson sends the first pitch in for a ball. We'll see if CSU can have things go a little bit more their way here in this second game. That was an impressive performance by Montevallo in the opener of this doubleheader, a 14-2 dominating win. They racked up 14 hits in that game and just kind of shell-shocked the Cougars from the start. The only big hit for CSU came off the bat of Elise Ambrose, the 2-run home run that she hit to center field. Dawson inside the circle as Harley picks up her 9th start this season, a 4-3 overall record with a 2.78 ERA. The 2-1 pitch gets in there for a strike, 2-2. Stella will lead things off just as she did in the opening game of the doubleheader. It'll be Stella, Ingram, and Easterwood, the 1, 2, and 3 hitters for the Falcons in this second game. The 2-2 popped up on the infield. Shortstop Parker calls everyone off for out number 1.
The right fielder, number 12, Brooke Ingram.
Ingram will step up here for Montevallo, hitting .400 on the season. She's been phenomenal this year for the Falcons in her limited action. Just her 14th game that she's played in this year. There's the lefty at the plate. A big whiff right there. 1-1 the count. Ingram had a monster day at the plate in the opening game, racking up 3 hits. Led the Falcons with those 3 hits, 3 RBIs, a couple runs. Hit a big home run to right center field, her first home run of the season. Here comes the 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, down to her knee there. Goes Ingram, evens the count. Dawson, 50 and a third innings pitched so far this season, 43 strikeouts, as that one's fouled out of play. She can whiz it right by you. She's had success throughout her Cougar career, a 2.21 ERA last year, just over a 3 ERA the year before. She's been here ever since her freshman campaign out of Allenhurst, Georgia. There's a whiff right there, and Dawson's going to pick up the K inside the circle, 2 down.
That brings up the third baseman, number 14, Sierra Easterwood.
Easterwood, who had a couple of hits in the opener, went 2 for 4, 2 runs and an RBI. Had one of the 3 extra base knocks, a double for Easterwood as she starts this at bat with the ball. Want to know the count? Dawson sends that pitch in. Misses there, ball 2. Well, the Cougars, pretty similar lineup to what they had in the opener, except Mary Horn will be the DP here in the second game, posting out there defensively, as she was for part of the game in right field. Kennedy in center, Ambrose in her usual spot in left, and then the normal infield for CSU. Vincent, Elston, Parker, and Holmes going around the horn. Two and one the count. That pitch is high, ball 3. Three and one the count. Here comes the pitch from Dawson, and that's going to miss. Ball 4, so just missed an opportunity to get a 1-2-3 opening here for CSU. Instead, it's a 2-out walk issued by Dawson.
Now batting for Montevallo, number 2, the designated player, Carly Mullins.
Want to know the count, 2 down. A runner over on first base. That one's going to go out of play there. Columbus State with a 3.75 ERA as a team coming into this doubleheader, and Montevallo kind of rocked them there in that opener as that one's fouled back again. 14 runs given up in total, a new season high for CSU. Previous high was 12. They had given up actually 11 runs. It was given up against Lincoln Memorial as that one sent foul out of play on the left side. Gave up 11 runs a couple times, Lenore Ryan and Lincoln Memorial. But just the 4th time all season that the Cougars have given up double-digit runs. 1-2 the count, 2 down. That pitch, another foul ball there. It's a battle here at the plate with Dawson inside the circle and Molinex, the new hitter here for Montevallo. Couple of changes in the starting lineup for the Falcons. Molinex out there for Montevallo. Hitting just 186 though this season as that's fouled on top of us. Her 16th start on the year, has just 8 hits so far. Only 8 hits, but she does have 8 RBIs, a lot of power in this bat. 1-2, still the count. Here comes the pitch from Dawson. Blooped up into shallow left center field. Just on the edge of the grass is Parker for out number 3. All right, the Cougars put up a 0 there defensively. We'll see their bats for the first time in this second game coming up on Cougar Sports TV.
We'll provide the opportunity.
The American dream to me as an immigrant means having the opportunities that my parents didn't have. Being the first one in my family to graduate, it meant everything my parents sacrificed for me to get to this point. It was paying off.
Estoy muy orgulloso de Michael por haberse graduado de colegio.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not had a scholarship. It would just relieved a lot of the financial burden.
These are your teams, your players, your community of fans. This is where they play, where they practice, where you cheer. At every meet, every event, every game. Your community is passionate, dedicated, supportive. You know the tension of a close game and the thrill of the win. So while you're cheering, keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
So bottom of the first inning here as the Cougar bats will come up for the first time here in this second game. Caitlin Kennedy will lead things off here for CSU. Inside the circle, it's Mabry Norris, the junior from Jasper, Alabama, one of the transfers that's come to Montevallo via Wallace-Hansville Community College. So after the jam that was pitched there by McMillan, it will be Norris getting the start here in the second game. 1-1 the count here after the illegal pitch from Norris. Norris this season with a 3.82 ERA, a 3-1 overall record. It's gone just 18 1/3 innings pitched. As that one is sent into deep right center field. It's going to drop all the way back in the dirt by the warning track. Kennedy rounding second. She's going to slide in for a triple. Caitlin Kennedy showing some wheels around the base paths. How about that to lead things off here in the second game? A triple for Caitlin Kennedy, and she stands just 60 feet away from opening up the scoring. Norris, as the Falcon pitchers do, looks over towards the dugout, gets the call, looks down at her wristband, and sends first pitch in for a called strike on the outside. Morgan Elston, the one at the plate here for CSU. And then Ambrose on deck. She had the big home run for the Cougars in that first game. A pitch sent outside for a ball. Elston this season hitting .404 at the plate. She's got double-digit RBIs, 10 of them so far this season. Looking for number 11 as that one goes foul. One and two the count. By the way, the triple by Kennedy, just the second triple all season for the entire Lady Cougar team. That one down the third base line. They almost had a chance to get a runner out over there at third base. As Kennedy was off the bag, but that's a good defensive play made over there by Easterwood. So they end up getting Elston out over at first base, and it brings up Elise Ambrose. At the two-run bomb for CSU that put them in front 2-1. Before Montevallo reeled off 13 unanswered. First pitch sent in, and Ambrose got underneath that one, skied it high. It's going to be shallow center field, not really deep enough for Kennedy, as she'll stay over there at third base. Well, they got the leadoff triple from Kennedy, but now back-to-back outs has made it 2 down with Kennedy still over there on third.
The shortstop, number 5, Madeline Parker.
Let's see if Parker can be the one to drive Kennedy home. Norris sends this first pitch in. It's in the dirt for ball one. So instead of in the dirt, that one too high. Back-to-back balls delivered by Norris. Well, good news for the Cougars. They don't have to see, hopefully, not McMillan inside the circle. At least at the start of this one. Hopefully she doesn't come in relief. She pitched a gem against CSU to open things up in game number 1. Two and one the count, 2 down. Runner is Kennedy on third. That one in on the hands Elston a ground out, Ambrose a fly out. That's how the 2 outs were recorded. And then it's Parker striking out. After giving up the leadoff triple, Norris somehow works her way out of it. No runs after 1 here on Cougar Sports TV.
We can stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Codify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
Opportunity to me means doing the things that will make you a better future. I always dreamed of graduating from college. So being the first one in my family to graduate, it meant everything my parents sacrificed was paying off. Having an athletic scholarship for the University of Mount Olive was key for my success. I had the opportunity to not only get an education, but be able to develop as an individual.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
NCAA Teamworks is how the NCAA, member schools, student athletes, and corporate champions and partners actively engage in outreach efforts where national championships are played. Through initiatives such as NCAA Community 101 service learning projects, disaster relief efforts, youth clinics, backpack and school supply donations, and support of Special Olympics and the Make-A-Wish Foundation, the NCAA and its partners work together to leave a lasting legacy in the community. For more information on NCAA Teamworks, go to ncaa.com/teamworks.
Top of the second inning here at Cougar Field on Cougar Sports TV. Well, Caitlin Kennedy rounded the base paths, hit that leadoff triple for CSU, and then they went ground out, fly out, strikeout to strand Kennedy over on third base. So no runs for the Cougars. Missed opportunity there for CSU. Dawson back out there looking for another 0 up there on the scoreboard. Barnett, LaForce, and Guinness, that will be the 1-2-3 here for the Falcons. Guinness, a new catcher here in this second game for Montevallo. Dawson's 0-1. Barnett in the opening game had a hit, a couple of runs, and a walk. Go up and down that lineup, and they were all collecting hits. The only one that didn't was out in center field from Pope, who had come in as a pinch runner. One and two the count here to Barnett. Dawson sends that one in high, 2-2. Even count. That one's driven well. Dead center. You can kiss it goodbye. Barnett got all of that ball. A solo home run. And that's going to put Montevallo on top. Well, she's the big power hitter for the Falcons. Had 8 home runs last year. That's her 4th home run this season. She's one of the best hitters inside the entire Gulf South Conference, and she showed why right there. Deadway center, a no-doubter on a 2-2 pitch from Barnett. That's going to open the scoring here at Cougar Field in the second game. Not the way the Cougars wanted it to go after they stranded Kennedy over there on third. First pitch inside, misses there, ball one. Dawson goes right back inside. This time gets the strike. She had a couple of starts against Erskine in the red, white, and blue classic. Struggled in the first one after giving up 5 earned to Erskine, but bounced back and struck out 4 in the next one. Dawson's put together some good performances inside the circle. Gave up just 1 earned against Union, 1 against Albany State. Pitched a shutout against Catawba. She can have some success. The big thing that it comes down to is not walking batters and putting runners on there that you don't need to. That one popped up in the foul territory for Emily Holmes. She records out number 1. 26 walks on the season, 43 strikeouts for the senior.
Now batting the catcher, number 5, Gabrielle Guinness.
Guinness making just her 3rd start this season. Here she is at the plate, only her 8th at-bat that she'll have seen this entire year. 1 for 7 right now at the plate, but her 1 hit, a home run. A 3-run home run all the way back earlier this season against Clark Atlanta. That was part of the doubleheader that Montevallo played in back on early February 4th. But limited PT here for the freshman out of Lakewood, Washington. One and one the count, 1 down, base is empty. Here's the pitch, a swing and a miss. Not a lot of size here at the plate with Gabrielle Guinness. Dawson trying to blow it right past her. Ahead in the count, 1 and 2. Goes high, 2 and 2. She saw action as a substitute in the 3-game set against Union last weekend. So her last at-bat came all the way back against Auburn Montgomery at the end of February. Two and 2 the count. Dawson misses again. It's going to be ball 3. Trying to avoid those walks is Harley Dawson. Here's a full count pitch. Check swing, got her. Right down the middle. Caught Guinness looking at that one. Out number 2.
The first baseman, number 7, Annie Adamos.
It's a great pitch sent in there by Dawson as Adamos now up at the plate. Annie Adamos seeing limited action throughout this season. Only 4 for 26 at the plate. Another one of the bench players that's getting the start here this evening for this 2nd game. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Catches the zone there, 1 and 1. Adamos hitting just 154 on the season. The senior from Long Beach, California, a long ways away from home. One and 2 now the count. Adamos 0 for 12 in her last 7 games at the plate. Last hit she picked up came all the way back against West Florida. 2-2 now the count. That was a series that Montevallo took from West Florida. 2 games to 1. They took 2 games to 1 against West Georgia. Swept Union. I mean, they've been off to a fantastic start inside the Gulf South Conference. It's no reason that makes sense that Lindsay Vanover, the head coach, mentioned that she felt that this was the most talented squad they've had. And you can certainly see why. Team that's trying to make the Gulf South Conference tournament. And that's going to be called, that should be strike 3 right there. Yeah, that'll end it. A lot of confusion there at home plate. The umpire was signaling a strike called, and Dodson eventually made the throw down to first base. All right, Cougars, another not quite a 0 up on the board, but they're going to have a chance to come back into this one after the solo home run from Montevallo puts them on top. Back here on Cougar Sports TV, 1-0 the score as Montevallo takes the lead on the solo home run from Harley Barnett. Well, she was all-region in 2018. And last season had 8 home runs with 34 RBIs, selected to the All-GSC preseason team. She actually hadn't hit a home run since February 15th, so she had been shut out in the home run department for almost a full month. Paige Vincent will lead things off here for CSU. It'll be Vincent, Poston, and Dodson. 5, 6, and 7 hitters in the lineup. Vincent collected one of the 3 hits for CSU. Only 3 hits in that opener. Ambrose, Parker, and Vincent. Freshman out of Chapel Hill High School. She's already collected 22 hits, though, in her freshman campaign. One of the leaders on this squad with a .420 batting average. 1-2 the count here. Norris gave up that leadoff triple to Kennedy and then shut things down in the bottom of the first. The 1-2, oh, just sent foul there. A little bit out in front of that one, and on top of it was Paige Vincent. Well, I want to give a congratulations and a special shout out to a couple of our tennis players who won National Players of the Week. How about our men's and women's teams sweeping the National Players of the Week? Javier Cueto Ramos picking up the National Men's Player of the Week, the freshman from Tenerife, Spain. And then Candice Paya coming through for CSU, winning the Women's National Player of the Week, the junior from France. Tennis teams off to a fantastic start. They swept their way through 2-0 records this weekend. They'll be back in action this upcoming weekend taking on 2 more ranked opponents. I was looking at the top 10 standings, and the teams that the tennis teams have both scheduled, it's just nonstop top 10 teams. They've already beaten number 1, number 5, number 9, and number 8, and they'll play 4, 10, 13, and 3 in the next 4 matches. That's just an unbelievable schedule, and the fact that they continue to win, it just adds the cherry on top. Best team in the nation, 9-0 overall on the men's side. A couple of losses on the women's side as they fell victim in the indoor championships. But an 8-3 overall record. And a lot of games up at the Walden Tennis Complex as that one's heading to right field and tracking over. That was a good jump out there and right by Ingram for out number 1. Tennis teams I was mentioning, they'll be in action at the Walden Tennis Center for pretty much the entire month. So if you're local here in town, I'm telling you right now, one of the most exciting events to attend is a tennis match down at the Walden Tennis Center. You would have no idea that tennis could be that exciting when you watch it on TV, but when you're there in person, both of these teams, there's a lot of yelling, there's a lot of cheering, there's a whole lot of celebrating. It is a ton of fun. So if you're in the area, got to head on down to the Walden Tennis Center and catch 2 of the best in the nation. A lot of home games for them and a lot of home games for our Cougars right here at Cougar Field. This is a run of 6 consecutive starting this week, but they already played 6 in a row previous. That's 12 straight at Cougar Field for our softball team. Through their first 6, came away with a 4-2, or a 5-1 record. Now they're starting their next 6. Wouldn't mind another 5-1 record here in these 6. It would mean that they'd go 4-0 in conference play to start. 2 big ones this week, USC Aiken and Lander. Poston, she's in a 1-2 count. Inside on the hand, sent over to second base for LaForce. Two down for CSU. Brings Maddie Dodson to the plate.
The catcher, number 8, Maddie Dodson.
Maddie Dodson, the junior from Carrollton, hit a home run this past weekend. First one, of the season. Want to know the count? 2 down, base is empty. Here's the pitch from Norris. Inside, just misses there, 2-0. She thought she had the corner there. Mabry Norris sends that pitch, goes outside this time, can't get the call. 3-0, she's quickly behind. Walked at least a couple of batters in each of her appearances so far this season. Lone one that she didn't was against Auburn Montgomery when she went just an inning. Here's the 3-0 pitch. Sitting all the way is Dodson as she will draw herself a 4-pitch walk. Well, CSU couldn't do anything when Kennedy was at third with a leadoff triple. Maybe they can do something here with a 2-out rally in the second.
After the walk, that brings up the third baseman, number 6, Emily Holmes.
Bottom of the lineup here for CSU with Emily Holmes and then Mary Horn on deck if it gets there. Holmes was 0 for 2 with a strikeout in the opener. First pitch rolls it right back to Norris. A little bobble there, but gets it over to first base for the out. Nothing happening for the CSU run department through 2 innings, 1-0 Montevallo.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
On and off the court, we're focused on creating lifelong opportunity, and that starts with education. More college athletes are earning degrees than ever before, but we've still got work to do. That's why we're raising the bar for incoming freshmen, so they're prepared when they get to campus. And why teams can't play in championships unless they make the grade. Education matters, and putting academics first creates a pathway to a lifetime of opportunity. While they're focused on success, we're focused on them. Because protecting college athletes doesn't only happen on the field. After the buzzer, it's about healthier student athletes. So we're reforming to meet their needs, investing in groundbreaking research, and changing the conversation around mental health. We're working hard to protect college athletes because prioritizing their well-being creates a pathway to a lifetime of opportunity. Across divisions, sports,
One to 0 our score here as we enter the top of the third on Cougar Sports TV. Well, the Cougars looking for a big season this year on the diamond. Last year, Coach Huskisson led CSU to a great season. Had a phenomenal 35-16 record. They went 15-5 inside of conference play. A great run in the Peach Belt Conference last year. Unfortunately, it ended in the Peach Belt Conference quarterfinals after Georgia Southwestern upset them, and I think that's pretty much what kind of spelled their doomsday as far as getting selected in the NCAA tournament. They had a shot. They were that team that was right there on the bubble, but falling in the quarterfinals, and it was obviously really upsetting, not just losing in the quarterfinals, but the weekend before they had beaten Georgia Southwestern by a combined score of 24-4. So that loss in the quarterfinals really stung deeply for CSU, pretty much eliminating them from getting an at-large bid in postseason play. Looking for something different this year. They lose just a couple of seniors, although they're big seniors on the roster. Two of the best inside this Cougar program. And now they roll in with a lot of their freshmen that are now sophomores, looking to avoid those sophomore slumps, and some new faces out there as well. This is still a really stacked lineup for CSU. Obviously the biggest question mark was pitching and replacing a senior in Darby Demarest inside the circle. But Harley Dawson has done a good job to start her senior campaign here for CSU as Ambrose collects that for out number one. We'll get a feel for how well they're going to look in Peach Belt Conference play when it rolls around this week. They started 3-1 against USC Aiken and Lander last year. Swept USC Aiken and then split against the Bearcats, all four of those on the road. One out, 0-1 the count. Top of the lineup, back around here for the second time as Stella's at the plate. Chops it back up the middle. A rifle sent over there by Parker. She has a cannon of an arm. Gonna hurt Vincent over there at first. Two down, base is empty. Ingram 0 for 1 here in the second game. Here's the 1-0 pitch off speed, and all on top of that one was Ingram. She was sitting on that. It's a hard one back up the middle for a 2-out single. So Ingram gets her first hit here of this second game. After collecting 3 in the opener, she's had herself quite a doubleheader here tonight. Cougars got to deal with the 2-out single on the base paths now. It's Sierra Easterwood now at the plate. She's another big addition to this Montevallo lineup. Selected to the All-GSC newcomer preseason team. Transfer from Central Alabama Community College. You can certainly tell why after that opening game when she went 2 for 4, a couple runs, an RBI, had a double. She's been on fire as of late. About 8 RBIs, 7 runs, and 3 home runs in her last 4 coming into this game. And you tack on a double, a couple of runs, and an RBI. She's been lights out at the plate. Dawson behind 3-0. Pitch number 4 settles in there for a strike. Desperately want to avoid issuing a walk here and putting 2 on. Ingram over on first. Dawson behind in a 3-1 count, but 2 down. Here's the pitch outside. It's going to be ball 4. So a 2-out single and a 2-out walk has runners on first and second.
The designated player, number 2, Carly Mullinex.
Keeps this inning alive, and the second time that Dawson will have to face Mullinex. She got the better of her the first time around on a flyout. Mullinex hitting 186 this year. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. That one inside, called strike. It's a great location there by Dawson. One and 1 the count. Pitch is fouled straight back. So 1 and 2 the count with 2 down. Dawson trying to get out of this inning without giving up any runs. That one rolled over to first base. Should be the third and final out. And it's recorded there as the Cougars will head back to their dugout. 1-0. Let's head to the bottom of the third inning here on Cougar Sports TV.
Across divisions, sports, championships, and schools for nearly 500,000 student athletes. College sports create lifelong opportunity, and that starts with education. We've raised the academic bar, so more are earning degrees, creating healthier campuses by working with the nation's brightest minds, and making sure more have the chance to succeed and are supported on their journey. But beyond the numbers, it's about opportunity, and we're working to provide it for every student athlete.
The American dream to me as an immigrant means having the opportunities that my parents didn't have. Being the first one in my family to graduate, it meant everything my parents sacrificed for me to get to this point. It was paying off.
Estoy muy orgulloso de Michael por haberse graduado de colegio.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not had a scholarship. It would just relieved a lot of the financial burden.
We can stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Codify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
Back here on Cougar Sports TV, 1-0 Montevallo in front. New pitcher out there inside the circle. So Norris heads out after just 2 innings of work. Only gave up a hit. But Caitlin Fluga will check in here. The sophomore out of Washington from Charles Wright Academy. So Fluga making her 11th appearance this season. All in relief work for the Falcons. That one sent right back up the middle. Look at the local product. Mary Horn picking up a leadoff single for CSU. Puts a runner over there on first base.
That brings up the top of the order. Kennedy.
Mary Horn getting just her 9th start this season, but she's hitting .350 at the plate. Picks up hit number 8 on the year and puts some speed on the base paths over there at first base. Kennedy misses on that bunt attempt there. Two hits apiece. That pitch popped up into left field and racing over there to make the grab as Mary's going to have to go all the way back to first base. It was Curry out there and left for the Falcons. Got a good jump. Made the catch on the run, 1 down.
The second baseman, number 10, Morgan Elston.
Brings Morgan Elston up. Oh for 1 here in this second game with the ground out. First pitch swinging. So Fluga has come in. She has a 3.98 ERA this season. 19 1/3 innings of work. Has given up 11 runs off of 24 hits this season. Not a big strikeout collector for Montevallo, which good news here for the Lady Cougars. Only 3 strikeouts all season long for Fluga in her 10 appearances. One and 1 the count. Mary's over there on second base. After Horn picks up the stolen base. That one chopped down the third base line. Going to be a long throw over the first base. They get Elston out as Horn advances over to third. Two down, but Mary Horn over there on third base, trying to equalize us here at Cougar Field. No one you'd probably rather have at the plate to help do so than Elise Ambrose, who will step up here for CSU. Two-run home run in the opening game for the Cougars. Want to know the count? Here comes the pitch. That one in the dirt. Nine RBIs this season for the sophomore out of Union Grove High. That one chopped over to third base. Another play having to be made, and it will be successfully by Easterwood over at third. No runs again for CSU. We'll head to the fourth inning here on Cougar Sports TV.
From court to court and lane to lane, under the lights or under the sun, no one delivers Division II sports like NCAA.com. The center of D2 is inside the NCAA.com hub, with exclusive highlights of every sport and live broadcasts of every Division II championship found nowhere else. Make NCAA.com yours, the home of Division II college sports.
It's more than a whistle or a call. We're committed to giving college athletes a fair shot, on and off the field. Covering the full cost of attendance, because college costs go beyond tuition. Keeping dreams on track, regardless of performance or injury. And creating equal opportunities and inclusive environments. It's about respecting college athletes and prioritizing fairness to build a pathway to lifelong opportunity.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experiences possible.
One to 0 our score here on Cougar Sports TV as we welcome you all back. The Falcons and Cougars doing battle here at Cougar Field. Montevallo took the opening game 14-2, and CSU trying to bounce back here, although they trail by 1 as we enter the fourth inning of play.
Montevallo, the shortstop, number 3, Haley Barnett.
Barnett will lead things off here for the Falcons. Deadly bat for Montevallo this year. Already had the solo home run that opened up the scoring in this second game. Four home runs, 13 RBIs, 23 runs for Barnett. The stats go on and on for how strong she's been at the plate. 2-0 the count. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Misses high and outside there. So Dawson quickly behind 3-0, make it 4-0 as she walks Barnett on 4 pitches. Didn't want anything to do with her, but the leadoff walk is what Dawson gives up here to start the fourth inning. That's something that Coach Eskison has talked with myself about all season long. Avoiding at all costs giving up a leadoff walk. It can be so detrimental to a team, and he would even rather give up a leadoff hit than a leadoff walk. Doesn't want anyone to get a free base. Now they lay down the bunt, sacrificing Barnett over to second base. One down after LaForce lays down the sack bunt. Brings Guinness to the plate. Guinness 0 for 1 with the strikeout. Her and Adamos both struck out. Adamos on deck. First pitch comes in from Dawson. That's going to be a ball high. Guinness goes around on that swing. 1-1 the count. She was caught looking for a called third strike, her first time up. Just one hit on the season. Looks at a ball high there and makes it 2-1. Dawson sends that 2-1 pitch in for a strike and evens things up. Harley Dawson last year, just 4 starts for the Cougars, 25 1/3, but picked up 25 strikeouts in process. It's good to see her getting a lot of PT this season as a senior, picking up the starts. This one, her 9th one of the year. Looks at a called third strike again. That's the second time Guinness has done that. Had only 7 at-bats coming into this game, and now she's got 9 with a couple of strikeouts. That's now 4 strikeouts on the season for Guinness. We watched Guinness and Adamos both strike out. Wouldn't mind seeing that happen again right here to send us to the bottom of the 4th. Adamos' last hit came back on Valentine's Day against West Florida. Hasn't had a hit for almost a full month. She's got Barnett over at second base, though. Cougars might get out of it after giving up the leadoff walk. That pitch called strike 1-2. Dawson finds herself 1 strike away from sending us to the bottom frame. She can get Adamos to strike out for the 8th time this season. 1-2 the count, runner on second. Here's the pitch outside, 2-2. Adamos will step back in. Senior transfer from El Camino Community College. Sends it right back to Dawson inside the circle, and she makes the throw over to Vincent at first. Leadoff walk was issued, but the Cougars get out of it. 1-0. Let's head to the bottom of the 4th.
There are over 480,000 college athletes. Only 2% would go pro. That means over 470,000 will not get a shoe contract. No autographs. No private jets. No fan clubs. No Hall of Fame inductions. Instead, they will walk away with something much more valuable.
I knew that there was an opportunity to have my college paid for if I was good enough to play baseball at that level. That was going to make a big difference in my family. D2 baseball gave me an opportunity to play at a high level and to get an education that's going to be valuable for me throughout the rest of my life. I chose to take my experience of being a student athlete and pursue that within my career and to get a master's degree. If I wouldn't have had a baseball scholarship, there'd be no chance that I'm doing what I'm doing today. Don't you worry.
One to 0 the score here on Cougar Sports TV as we've entered the bottom of the 4th inning. Got to get something going here with the Cougar bats. Only had 3 hits in the opening game. Right now they're sitting at no runs and 2 hits here as we start the bottom of the 4th. Who's it going to be for CSU to come up with a big hit, or can we start stringing some hits together? Parker, she'll lead things off here for CSU. By the way, another new pitcher inside the circle as number 11, Madison Morgan, comes inside the circle from Auburn, Alabama. Nope, not the Madison on The Bachelor. from Auburn, Alabama, for all of you Bachelor fans out there. She is one of the finalists, one of the 2 finalists. By the way, the series finale is tonight for The Bachelor. It's probably starting about right now. Nope, 24 minutes. Who's it going to be, Madison or I already forget the other girl's name, Hannah Ann. It's come down to those 2. Sure, most people already know who wins it. There's a lot of spoilers out there. So Madison Morgan, the freshman, making her 7th appearance this season. Just a 5.40 ERA and 11 2/3 innings of work. 1-2 the count. Check swing foul back there. One and two the count. Another check swing that grazes the bat there of Parker. Some bad luck there from Parker in the batter's box. 0 for 1 with a strikeout. She left Kennedy on third, so did Ambrose. All the way back in the first inning when Kennedy had that leadoff triple. Both her and Ambrose struck out. Here's the 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Parker, the sophomore from Thomasville, Georgia, fouls that one again. And a battle here with Madison Morgan. So we saw Norris lead things off with 2 innings, gave up just a hit, 1 walk, 1 strikeout after facing 8 batters. Then Fluga came in for 1 inning and 10 pitches, gave up a hit through 4 batters. And now we've got Morgan out there, 3rd pitcher already in the 4th inning. Here's the 2-2 fouled back, and it's not like they're giving up hits and runs. Just 2 combined hits and no runs here for CSU. Two pitch, that one high, ball 3. It's a great at bat here with Parker at the plate. We'll see if maybe she can work herself into a walk. Lead things off here by getting on base. Vincent on deck. Ball 4. It's outside. And Parker will go take her base over at first with the leadoff walk.
Following the walk, that brings up number 2, the first baseman, Paige Vincent.
Paige Vincent, already 21 hits this season for CSU. 13 RBIs, one of the leaders on the team. Her and Maddie Dotson leading the way for CSU in the RBI department. First pitch outside for ball 1. Vincent had just one of the 3 hits for Columbus State in the opener. Off speed, sent deep in the hole. That's short. They go to the short route to second base. It's a smart defensive play there by Barnett at short. Getting that one in the glove and then going to second base to get the lead runner out.
Now batting for the Cougars, the right fielder, number 17, Paris Poston.
So Paris Poston will be up at the dish now, the left-handed hitter from Cartersville, Georgia. Another one of the sophomores out there for CSU. So many freshmen on the team last year and so many freshmen that got a whole ton of PT for this Cougar softball team. Now trying to roll things over into their sophomore years. Boy, in 2 seasons, this is going to be one of the most unbelievable senior classes. Elston, Ambrose, Poston, Parker, Corbin, the list goes on and on. There's a strike called as they throw down the first base. Two and one the count, one down. Runner over on first base, posting the one at the plate. Comes the pitch, that's inside on her. It's going to be ball 3. Fluga, the new pitcher out there for the Falcons. Gets the call. Here's the 3-1. Misses there for ball 4. Take your base. 2 on the base paths now for CSU. They're in business. Runners over on first and second base now for the Cougars. And it'll bring Maddie Dodson to the plate. Coach Huskisson meeting down with the home plate umpire. See if he brings a pinch runner in for CSU. And he does, as it looks like it's Kristen Odom actually over there on second base.
Second, number 0, Kristen Odom.
So Kristen Odom will
And now batting for the Cougars.
head on out there
Maddie
to
Dodson.
second base. Replace Paige Vincent. We had Parker who walked to lead things off. Vincent then reached on a fielder's choice. Parker was out. Poston then walked. So 2 on here for CSU. Runners on first and second. Odom now the pinch runner, though, over at second for the Cougars. Can they take advantage of the opportunity here? The 0-1 pitch. Strike 2 there to Dodson. Catchers never really like those calls. That one way outside for ball 1. Dodson drew a walk her first time up. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Misses again for ball 2. Fluger having all sorts of trouble since she's come in relief. Couple of walks, only 1 out, 17 pitches already. 2-2 the count. That one off the end of the bat goes foul and out of play. We'll do it again. Dodson 1 home run this season, 3 last year. Combined 27 RBIs in her last 2 seasons as a Cougar. 2-2 the count. Again, fouled out of play. Fluga at a Charles Wright Academy. Off speed there, it goes foul towards Coach Huskisson. 6 walks and only 3 strikeouts coming into this appearance here for the sophomore Fluga. Two walks through 3 batters, and she's in a 2-2 count. Make it a full count. Great job here by Dodson, fouling off a couple of pitches, staying alive in the at-bat, and now she's worked herself into a full count. Chance to load the bases here for CSU. Fluga looks down, sends the pitch in. That's going to be low in the dirt. Ball 4. Bases are loaded here for the Cougars. And in this scenario, Coach Huskisson has talked about the opportunity to bring Hannah Rose Corbin in for a pinch hit opportunity. And here we go. Bases loaded. And Hannah Rose Corbin is going to come in for a pinch hit chance. Well, you saw Corbin inside the circle in the opener. Things went awry after she took the liner off of her leg.
Number 18.
She had been dealing inside the circle, and then things just got away from her and the Cougars as the game wore on after taking that hit. Hannah Rose Corbin making just her 3rd at-bat this year. She had a home run in her first one and struck out looking in her second one. I've talked with Coach Huskisson about his strategy in playing Corbin and how it's going to work and when it will work and when they'll bring her out there. And this is one of those scenarios that he's been waiting for, to give an opportunity to bring Corbin out. Coach Huskisson said it's basically a home run or an out with Corbin right now, because she knows the rules when she's up at the plate. She knows that she can only jog down the first base line. So anything on the infield is probably going to be an out, and no sliding allowed whatsoever. So options are kind of limited out there for Corbin. But hey, what more can you want? If your coach is telling you, hit a home run, we'll give you a pinch hit opportunity, now go smack one out of the park. That's a hitter's dream right there. Swing away. By the way, they brought a pinch runner in over at second base. Madison Brown is there, so Odom and Brown both pinch running. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Big swing there. Just missed it there. Third at bat this season. 1 home run and 3 RBIs. 1-2 pitch, another big swing and a miss. Wow, Fluga sending Corbin back to the dugout after she strikes out. Well, she was swinging for the fences, and that's a good job by Fluga, sending that pitch outside. Not letting that one stay inside for Corbin to turn on it. Well, we go from swinging to try and hit a home run to Mary Horn now at the plate. Although I love joking with Mary Horn that she does have 2 home runs in her Cougar career. Both of them coming in her sophomore season back in 2018. Another strike called to Mary Horn. Well, Morgan all of a sudden has calmed down after she issued 3 walks. She got Corbin to strike out, and now Morgan has a chance to strain the bases loaded. Here's Mary Horn quickly behind 0-2. That one chopped high up the middle, and it's going to skirt into the outfield. They're going to wave Maddie Brown home. The slide, the plate. She's safe. 2 runs will score here for CSU, and now cutting a run down over at third is Dodson. That will be the final out, but CSU takes the lead. Mary Horn coming through for the Cougars on a chopper up the middle. CSU on top, 2-1.
Kids fall in love with sports. Our universities are working every day to keep college sports safe, so you can watch them play with a little less worry and a little more joy.
As Division II student athletes, we are committed to being our best.
Division II National SAC is proud to partner with the Sports Science Institute to play a role in the cardiac safety and health of student athletes.
Although many student athletes with heart conditions live healthy, active lives, up to 10 NCAA student athletes die each year of sudden cardiac death during athletic activities.
The facts are that immediate delivery of CPR and AED saves lives, so everyone should be CPR and AED trained. Please join us in this important initiative. Make it yours.
Corbin came in for the pinch hit and struck out swinging, but it's Mary Horn who comes through with the big single up the middle, plating 2 runs for CSU, and they take the 2-1 lead as we enter the 5th inning of play here on Cougar Sports TV. Harley Dawson back out there inside the circle for CSU. So the Cougars, they got to Madison Morgan, who came in relief for Fluga. She goes an inning, gave up 1 hit, 2 earned, while walking 3.
Leading off the top of the 5th for Montevallo with left fielder number 1, Christopher.
2-1 the score as CSU takes its first lead of this second game of the doubleheader. First pitch of the inning from Dawson gets in there for a strike. Mary Horn picks up her 3rd and 4th RBIs this year as that one's fouled straight back. Curry up at the plate here, 0 for 1. It's the left fielder quickly behind 0-2. Looks at ball 1 there. So win that CSU needs to come through with here. Want to at least find a way to split with Montevallo, leading into conference play with a win. Again, it's conference week here, finally underway. USC Aiken and Lander, the first 2 on deck for the Cougars. Even count, 2-2. That pitch from Dawson sent up the middle. Parker at short, fires over to Vincent. Well, she could be 2 feet away from her, and she's going to rocket one right at her. Great arm there by Parker for out number 1.
Number 0, Brianna Stella.
One down off the end of the bat there towards foul territory. And Elise Ambrose is going to make the grab. Just a step outside and foul grounds. Ambrose making a run for that one. 2 quick outs. Well, the Cougars finally getting some outs against Stella, the leadoff hitter. Had herself a game in the opener. Let's go 1-2-3 right here. That pitch misses there for a ball. 1-1 the count. 2 outs, bases empty. Got Stella at the top of the lineup out. Now Ingram, who's 1 for 2 with a strikeout up at the plate. Here's the left-handed hitter. Looks at a strike on the outside. 1-2. That pitch is high, ball 2. Dawson has settled in nicely here inside the circle. 4 2/3, only 2 hits and 1 earned with 4 strikeouts. There's been 3 walks, but she's worked herself around them so far. Here comes the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Picks up another strikeout. It's strikeout number 5, and it's going to send us to the bottom of the 5th. 2-1, Cougars on top.
It's not about where you were born. It's not about your gender or the color of your skin, or whether you're rich, poor, or in the middle. No matter what you play, if you have the skill and drive to succeed in school and in sports, we'll provide the opportunity.
The American dream to me as an immigrant means having the opportunities that my parents didn't have. Being the first one in my family to graduate, it meant everything my parents sacrificed for me to get to this point. It was paying off.
Estoy muy orgulloso de Michael por haberse graduado de colegio.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not had a scholarship. It would just relieved a lot of the financial burden.
These are your teams, your players, your community of fans. This is where they play, where they practice.
So those back-to-back singles by CSU is going to bring Coach Vanover out, and that should do it for Morgan inside the circle. She came in relief, went just 1 inning, gave up 4 hits, 3 earned, 3 walks. She's got runners on first and second. We'll take a quick break here on Cougar Sports TV. 3-1, CSU on top.
These are your teams, your players, your community of fans. This is where they play, where they practice, where you cheer. At every meet, every event, every game. Your community is passionate, dedicated, supportive. You know the tension of a close game and the thrill of the win. So while you're cheering, keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you.
We can stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language.
Back here at Cougar Field after the pitching change. CSU on top 3-1. They've got runners over on first and second base.
Now batting the shortstop, number 5.
Elston and Ambrose both singled. Elston knocked in a run, bringing Kennedy around after she had the leadoff triple for CSU. 2 triples for Kennedy on the day. How about her night here in this second game of the doubleheader? Parker up there right now. Runners on first and second base. 1-1 the count. Still no outs here in the bottom of the 5th. So the new pitcher that's come in here, it's Megan Schweiderman out of Guntersville, Alabama. Another one of the transfers from Wallace-Hansville Community College. She actually was selected to the preseason All-GSC newcomer list, making her 11th appearance this season. Picked to be one of the top new faces here inside of the conference. In her 11 appearances, though, she's got a 5.62 ERA. Give it up 19 runs in 23 2/3. 2-2 the count. That one fouled out of play. Good barrel on that one from Parker at the plate. CSU trying to add to their lead here. On top 3-1, the 2-2 pitch is skied high into center field. Tracking back to make the out there was Stella. Deep enough, or not quite deep enough, to move any of the runners. So Elston and Ambrose both over there at first and second base with 1 down.
That brings up the first baseman, number 2, Paige Vincent.
Cougars trying to get some revenge here on the Falcons after they blew them out in the opening game 14-2. In the bottom of the 5th inning here, so Cougars getting closer and closer, inching their way towards trying to come up with a split here at home in this non-conference battle. Former conference foes before Montevallo left the Peach Belt Conference, going over to the Gulf South Conference. 0-1 the count here to Paige Vincent. Swings the bat, drills one into deep center field, going back towards the warning track and making the grab out there was Stella. Got a great jump on that one, backtracking all the way and making the grab just in time. I thought it might have a chance to get over her head, but 2 down.
That brings up the right fielder, number 17, Paris Poston.
Okay, runners still over there at first and second after a couple of flyouts. Both to center field from Parker and Vincent. Poston will get a chance and a crack at this one. Schweiderman's first pitch in the dirt. Want to know the count? Poston, the sophomore from Cartersville, Georgia. 0 for 1 with a walk, chops it over to short, and that play will be made over the first base for the third and final out. But CSU does get one run here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Let's head to the 6th. It's a 3-1 lead.
We can stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Codify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
Opportunity to me means doing the things that will make you a better future. I always dreamed of graduating from college. So being the first one in my family to graduate, it meant everything my parents sacrificed was paying off. Having an athletic scholarship for the University of Mount Olive was key for my success. I had the opportunity to not only get an education, but be able to develop as an individual.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
NCAA Teamworks is how the NCAA, member schools, student athletes, and corporate champions and partners actively
Top of the 6th inning here at Cougar Field, 3-1, Cougars on top. Well, Dawson back out there for CSU. Got 6 more outs to go, trying to bring a win here to Columbus State. She's gone 5 innings, given up just 2 hits, 1 earned with 5 strikeouts. Great start here inside the circle for Dawson. Couple more innings to go, though. Well, our baseball team, they'll be in action tomorrow. Make sure you head on over to Burger King Stadium. You can catch all the action as the Cougars will do battle in their midweek game. Winners of 10 in a row, a 17-3 overall record. They'll take on ranked West Georgia, the 23rd ranked Wolves, coming to town. And then CSU, they'll be on the road for 4 in a row, a weekend series at USC Aiken, and then a midweek next week at Auburn Montgomery before finally being back here at Burger King Stadium. Baseball team, by the way, they won Conference Player and Pitcher of the Week. How about their performances from Bryson Horn, the Player of the Week in the Peach Belt Conference, and Jalen Lotta, the Pitcher of the Week, racking up a career-high 12 strikeouts in 7 innings of work. A 1-hit shutout for Lotta, and then Bryson Horn lost track of all of his RBIs, was racking them up all weekend long with a couple of home runs, a grand slam, and a 3-run bomb, helping the Cougars to another weekend sweep. And Dawson picking up the strikeout right there. 1 down.
That brings up the designated player number 2, Carly Mullins.
One down for Molinax, who steps up here for the Falcons. 0 for 2. She's left 3 on the base paths. Oh, that one inside on her, just missed. Molinax getting the start here in this second game. Didn't start in the first one. Hitting just 186 on the season. Want to know the count? The pitch way outside, 2-0. Dawson has walked 3 batters in this one, but she's done well to work around those walks, limiting them for the most part. 6 strikeouts so far. Here's the 2-0 inside, called strike. Two and 1 the count. Harley Dawson in search of her 5th win this season, as that one is hit high and far into left center field, and it's going to get out of here. A solo home run. Molinak's hitting just 186 on the season, but that's her 3rd home run of the year. Had a home run against Indianapolis, a home run against Auburn Montgomery, and now one against CSU. 3rd one of the season. Well, good news for CSU. The bases were empty there. But 1-run lead now for Columbus State. Montevallo making things interesting here at Cougar Field. And it doesn't get any easier here for CSU with Haley Barnett at the plate. One of the best hitters on this squad. 4 home runs, 13 RBIs, 22 runs. Barnett does it all at the plate. Fouls that one back, though, to start. That was Dawson's 5th home run that she's given up, or excuse me, 6th home run that she's given up this year. She had 4 coming into this game. She's given up a couple of solo home runs. Barnett in her stance. The 0-1 fouled back again. Oh, and 2 the count. All right, Dawson's got a little bit of wiggle room here to work with. Ahead in the count, 0-2. 1 down, bases empty. That one in the dirt. Here comes the pitch from Dawson. The 1-2 inside on her. Doesn't get the strike there. 2-2. Barnett, one that kind of crouches the plate here in her stance. Gets down low and is leaned a little bit in. 2-2 pitch, fouled off of herself. Haley Barnett, the infield senior from Northside High, not the Columbus Northside High, but Northside High School out of Northport, Alabama. 2-2 pitch, called strike on the inside. The umpire didn't give her that call a couple of pitches ago, but that time it was given to her for strike number 3. 2 down.
That brings up number 13, the second baseman, Holly LaForce.
That brings up the second baseman, Holly LaForce, with 2 down and the bases empty. First pitch outside, gets the corner there, strike 1. LaForce hitting .327 this season. One of the leaders in batting average for the Falcons as she fouls that one back. Okay, Dawson's gotten ahead 0-2 to the past couple of batters. See if she can finish the deal here against LaForce and send us to the bottom of the 6th to try to get some insurance. 0-2 the count. That pitch hit well into left field. It's going to track foul, though. Dawson and LaForce will redo it here. before it's 0 for 1. Laid down a sacrifice. Here comes the 0-2. Goes right back to Dawson. Should be an easy play to make over at first base, and they got her just in time. Bang, bang play over there at first, but the Cougars get the out. 3-2 now the score. Let's head to the bottom of the 6th.
NCAA Teamworks is how the NCAA, member schools, student athletes, and corporate champions and partners actively engage in outreach efforts where national championships are played. Through initiatives such as NCAA Community 101 service learning projects, disaster relief efforts, youth clinics, backpack and school supply donations, and support of Special Olympics and the Make-A-Wish Foundation, the NCAA and its partners work together to leave a lasting legacy in the community. For more information on NCAA Teamworks, go to ncaa.com/teamworks.
Time for some insurance here at Cougar Field. A 3-2 lead for the Cougars as we enter the bottom of the 6th inning. Maddie Dodson will lead things off here for CSU. It'll be Dodson, Holmes, and Horan. 7, 8, and 9 hitters for the Cougars. Just 6 combined hits here for CSU in this second game. That one's fouled back again. Well, there are 3 runs here, and there are 6 hits tonight. Give them a combined just 5 runs and 9 hits in their doubleheader so far. That's what they average on the season, by the way. This is a team that came into this doubleheader averaging 6 runs and 8 hits. So they're pretty much on cue, but that's just in what they average in one game, not through a doubleheader. There's been some good pitching sent out there from Montevallo in this non-conference matchup. 1-2 the count. Called third strike. Dodson looking at that one. We'll have to go back to the dugout after striking out.
That brings up the third baseman, number 6, Emily Holmes.
Emily Holmes at the plate. That one fouled back to start this at bat. Schweiderman's done a real good job coming in relief for Morgan. Morgan gave up those 4 hits and 3 earned with 3 walks. But the other 3 pitchers have only given up a combined 2 hits and no runs. Norris, Fluga, and Schweiderman. That one misses there, ball 1. Cougars hit that one out of play. Dawson has gone 6 innings so far with 105 pitches. I'm sure she'll head on back out there for the 7th as she tries to go the distance for CSU. Giving up just 3 hits and 2 earned with 7 Ks. The 1-2 pitch misses there, 2-2. That one lifted into center field. It's going to drop in for a base hit and get past the center fielder out there. That's Stella. It goes all the way to the wall, and Holmes is going to stand up over there on second base and put herself in scoring position. So a single there by Holmes, and then just a complete misplay out there in center by Stella. It allowed Holmes to head on over to second base.
The designated player, number 14, Mary Horn.
Well, here's the best hitter of the day so far for CSU at the plate, Mary Horn. 2 for 2 with 2 RBIs. Had the big 2 RBI single back in the bottom of the fourth that put Columbus State on top. Only one out, runner over there on second base. Cougars need some insurance. Horn looks at the ball there. Horn picked up that hit, by the way, back when she had fallen behind in the count. Fell behind quickly, 0-2. Schweiderman, the 1-1. Gets away from the catcher. It's going to go to the backstop. He'll move the runner over to third base for CSU. Only one out here, but Mary Horn has a chance to pick up her 3rd RBI of the game. One down, runner on third base. It's Holmes. Did she go? She did. Strike 3 called there on Mary Horn. And that's 2 down.
Now batting for the Cougars, the center fielder, number 1, Kennedy.
Well, with 2 down, the top of the lineup comes back around, and it'll be up to Caitlin Kennedy to see if the Cougars can get some insurance. She's already 2 for 3 with 2 triples on the night. Don't necessarily need a triple, just put it in play, get a single. It'll score a run here for CSU with Holmes over on third. Holmes ahead, or excuse me, Kennedy ahead here, 2-0. Two down for the Cougars. The 2-0 pitch sent up the middle. It's going to be a tough play to make, and the shortstop can't hang on to it. Goes out of her glove. That's Barnett over at short, and it's going to put Kennedy at first base for CSU. Another run scores for the Cougars. That's what they needed. Got the insurance. And they make it 4-2 now here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Elston goes right to her position at second base for the 3rd and final out. So let's go to the 7th inning of play here on Cougar Sports TV. Cougars get an insurance run. It's 4-2, CSU on top.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
On and off the court, we're focused on creating lifelong opportunity, and that starts with education. More college athletes are earning degrees than ever before, but we've still got work to do. That's why we're raising the bar for incoming freshmen, so they're prepared when they get to campus. And why teams can't play in championships unless they make the grade. Education matters, and putting academics first creates a pathway to a lifetime of opportunity. While they're focused on success, we're focused on them. Because protecting college athletes doesn't only happen on the field. After the buzzer, it's about healthier student athletes. So we're reforming to meet their needs, investing in groundbreaking research, and changing the conversation around mental health. We're working hard to protect college athletes because prioritizing their well-being creates a pathway to a lifetime of opportunity. Across divisions, sports, championships, and schools, for nearly 500,000 student athletes, college sports create lifelong opportunity, and that starts with education. We've raised the academic bar, so more are earning degrees, creating healthier campuses by working with the nation's brightest minds, and making sure more have the chance to succeed and are supported on their journey. But beyond the numbers, it's about opportunity, and we're working to provide it for every student athlete.
Top of the 7th inning here at Cougar Field. All right, CSU fans, 3 more outs to go for the Cougars to pick up a split in this non-conference doubleheader against Montevallo. Harley Dawson back out there inside the circle for CSU. Trying to go the distance here for the Cougars as they look to pick up what would be their 12th win this season. Dawson has gone 6 innings so far for CSU, giving up just 3 hits, 2 earned, with 7 strikeouts inside the circle tonight. See if she can add to that here for CSU.
Number 10, Mario Bertosi.
Bertosi will pinch hit here to start things off in the top of the 7th. She did a lot of damage in the opening game for Montevallo. She looks at a ball to start this at bat. 4-2, CSU on top here. Trying to hang on for dear life. Second pitch, got a hold of that one as it's going to go towards the baseball field. Out of play in foul territory. Another foul ball there. 1-2 the count. Bertosi at the plate here in a pinch hit scenario. Hughes will also pinch hit. Bertosi coming in for Guinness. Hughes going to come in for Adamos. So they're both going to be given pinch hit opportunities. That one is high, ball 2. Bertosi, 14 RBIs, 16 runs on the season, but 1 big strikeout right there. Out number 1, Dawson's 8th K of the night.
Pitch hitting for Montevallo, number 4, Georgia Hughes.
Here comes the other pinch hitter in Hughes. Dawson misses there to start. CSU will start their conference play this week. Make sure you join us right back here on Cougar Sports TV on Thursday afternoon for a doubleheader as UC Aiken will come to town, and then Lander will come in on Sunday for the doubleheader against the Bearcats. That one against Lander will be the Cancer Appreciation Day here at Cougar Field. Always a good day and a good cause here when our athletic teams do their Cancer Appreciation Days. It was a fun one over at soccer this past season. 2-1 the count. 2-2. Hughes pinch hitting. Even count 2-2. Sent up towards Parker at short. Rifles it over to first. 2 down. Cougars just 1 out away from picking up the split in this non-conference duel.
That brings up number 1, Christopher Curry.
Curry at the plate, 0 for 2. Just 3 hits in total here for Montevallo in this second game off of Dawson. Came from Ingram, Molinax, and Barnett as Curry sends that one just foul. Outside the left field line. A great job here tonight by Dawson to get things under wraps for CSU. Just has 1 more out to go to finish things off. Oh, and 1 the count with 2 down and the base is empty. Three for 4 day for Caitlin Kennedy with a run and an RBI. Mary Horn, meanwhile, went 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Two and 1 now the count. Curry at the plate, a swing and a miss there, 2-2. 1 strike to go here at Cougar Field as CSU looks to pick up win number 12 on the season. Here comes the 2-2 inside, almost hit her, full count. CSU 11-9 on the season. Had won 5 in a row. They were 10-2 here at home until the loss against Montevallo in this first game of the doubleheader. Here we go, the payoff pitch, 2 down. That one hit right back up the middle for a base knock as Montevallo stays alive here in the 7th inning. That was off the bat of Curry, right up the middle. Only the 4th hit that Montevallo has picked up in this one. But it keeps this game going. After the Curry single, it's the top of the lineup, and Stella, who had herself a first game, but has struggled here in the second one of the best hitters on this squad. Trying to keep this game alive. 1-0 pitch off the end of the bat, floated into foul territory. Elise Ambrose giving chase, and she'll make the grab right by her dugout. Out number 3, and that'll do it here at Cougar Field as CSU comes away with the split. A 4-2 win here in the second game of the doubleheader. Well, Montevallo rocked things in the opening game, coming away with a 14-2 win over CSU. But in this second game, Harley Dawson shut things down for the Cougars. 7 strong, a complete game for the senior. 4 hits, 2 earned with 8 strikeouts. 3 hits for Kennedy, 2 for Mary Horn. Horn had the 2 RBI single that put CSU in front back in the bottom of the 4th and helped lead them to a win here tonight. Well, that's going to wrap things up for us here at Cougar Field. Make sure you join us at the ballpark tomorrow across the way. Burger King Stadium will be there for our broadcast, the midweek game against West Georgia. And then we'll be right back here at Cougar Field on Thursday for another Cougar softball doubleheader as they take on USC Aiken, first conference game of the season. For our cameraman, our producer, our statistician, for everyone here at Cougar Field, I'm Corey Aldis. Cougars come away with the split. They win 4-2. We'll see y'all tomorrow night at Burger King Stadium.